Thankfully, the coordinated emergency response and safety protocols have drastically mitigated the potentially horrendous outcomes had we not acted. But the fact remains that after weeks of quarantining and physical distancing, San Joaquin County does not have a concrete plan for recovery. Our thousands of small businesses deserve to be heard. We are scared for our families and our futures. We have bills, payroll, and taxes to pay. We don't want government handouts, which, even if received, are a mere Band-Aid to a gaping wound. Dr. Park is following the governor's order and his vague, drawn-out plan for a phased economic recovery. But let's be honest, the governor does not make his decisions without input from many advisors, and the fact remains that one size does not fit all. San Joaquin County is not LA. San Joaquin County is not San Francisco. We need our locally elected leaders to develop a list of recommended businesses that can open safely, utilizing physical distancing and recognized protocols. If Hollywood entertainment workers are deemed essential while utilizing social distancing, then a pet groomer or stationery store from Lodi, Stockton, or Ripon should also be afforded the same opportunity. San Joaquin County needs to address the countless small businesses that can open safely with protocols in place. Dr. Park has repeatedly echoed the governor's statement that this effort will be data and science driven, but our own data does not support our current lack of action to begin to reopen businesses here locally. Counties have discretion when it comes to recommendations for recovery and a right to inform the governor what makes the most sense for our community based on our factors. We should not continue to sit back and wait to be told what to do. You need to reach out and work with our senator, assembly members, mayors, council members, and business community for input. You, as our locally elected leaders, need to work with Dr. Park to deliver what message to Governor Newsom, to deliver that message to Governor Newsom. Right now, he is only looking at California as a whole. San Joaquin County must step up and be a part of that conversation. And that's the conclusion of comments.
Do we have a name on that last comment?
No, this was unsigned, and it was received in a blank envelope.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it for the public comments we received in advance. I want to remind the public who may be watching or listening that if you submit email comments during the course of this meeting and they are received prior to adjournment, we will make every effort to read them into the record, but any comments submitted through YouTube will not be considered official comments. Thank you. Let's see here. Next up, our approval of minutes. We have 4.
Barring any changes, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the minutes are approved 5-0. This morning we have only one appointment. Supervisor Patty.
We do have one, Madam Chair, and I'll make it quick and brief. We have the following recommendation: appointment of one position to the Civil Service Commission, category of First Supervisorial District Representative, position number 2101, Anthony Gutierrez. And that is all. I make this in as a motion and approve the recommendation.
Second motion.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 5-0. Thank you. We're going to move on to consent. I'm going to ask if there are any items anyone.
Number 9.
Seeing no others, let's go to item number 9. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pulled that primarily because I think our older Americans, which I'm one, and maybe Supervisor Elliott is, I'm not sure the rest of the board is, probably deserve some recognition. But I think the other part of it is just to highlight in our statistics as far as COVID-19, 100% of the deaths are 50 and older, which certainly, I guess, magnifies the problem that we're facing here in regards to protecting our older citizens and making sure that they're served by not only the county but certainly the services, the health services that they require. But other than that, I think for a number of reasons, I think they do a great job in contributing to the community. A lot of them are working longer or older than they used to, and have really continued to contribute to society and all the benefits that they provide. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Woods in regards to his proclamation, but that's just my 2 cents that I think they need some recognition.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisor Wynn, through the chair. I appreciate you recognizing this item. We have a robust community of seniors in this county that want to give back and do give back. Certainly appreciate everything they do. They're valuable members of our community. And we at the Human Services Agency, and in particular the Aging and Community Services Bureau, are eager to serve them and help them contribute to the community. So thank you for that. I think that this pandemic has been especially difficult for our seniors and their desire to be out in the community. And we work very hard, especially with our meal program and our Food for You programs, to ensure that we remain engaged with our older adults. And I certainly want to thank the HSA staff for all the work that they do in ensuring that we reach out to our older adults in the community and stay engaged. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take up our consent calendar then, items 1 through 16. You have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
And a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the consent calendar is approved 5-0. Thank you. I'm going to Move on now to our first discussion item, which is a law and justice item, to authorize a recruitment and retention pilot program through June 30th, 2022, including consultant services and signing and referral bonuses for hiring dispatcher, correctional officer, and deputy sheriff candidates. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. How are you?
We're just fine. How are you this morning?
Good. Thank you very much. Oh, that's a comfy chair. All right. Well, thank you so much for allowing us to come here and speak today. This is something that I touched on a little bit kind of out of the blue in the past and kind of blindsided everybody and was a learning moment for me. But we went back and did our homework and really put together some information for you. As you know, the problem that we're having with hiring and retaining our officers, and it's continuing now. And so we wanted to bring forth this program where we've looked around the state, and of the 58 counties, we're in the double digits where other people offer incentives to come and work for them and to stay with the office. So I have Captain Petrino with me, who's our professional standards and backgrounds captain, and he's done an amazing job at turning around that division for us and started thinking out of the box on how we can speed up the process of hiring and also attract people who may not have thought of law enforcement as a career. So this is just one piece of the puzzle. So I'll throw it over to Captain Petrino to explain it to you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, through the chair, members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to talk here. I haven't had a chance to do so in quite some time. I hope you're all doing well during the COVID-19 situation. Today, I'm here to discuss what the sheriff just mentioned. I'd like to first thank the CAO's office and Human Resources Department for meeting with us on this program and coming up to what we think is a solid program moving forward. And I'm going to go over some of the highlights of what we think is a good idea here. And it open up for any questions moving forward. As you are all aware, recently with labor negotiations that occurred regarding the associated unions, it's not my job to get involved with that. It's my job to look at vacancies and, as the professional standards captain, to hire people, do the necessary backgrounds amongst other responsibilities in that division. We have, when discussing this problem, one of the first things when I went into that division, I said, okay, everybody wanted to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about some historic perspectives. I want to talk about, okay, we have vacancy rates, but not only do we have vacancy rates, what's our historic vacancy rate? We're always going a little bit without. So what is the real issue here? In doing so, we have come up with this program regarding hiring bonuses, and the reality is we're not too far up and down from a historic perspective regarding hiring and attrition. Those recent negotiations from a management perspective in terms of me looking at things have had little to no impact. As of now, I'll throw some numbers regarding how many people have left. That number is 5 or 6 currently still potentially leaving our office regarding mid to early career deputy sheriff personnel. The reason I can say that is because just like when we hire people and do background investigations, we contact employers. And so we get contacted. So-and-so, calling about them, they're looking to leave, et cetera, et cetera. And so we know those things are occurring. Looking at a historic hiring and attrition perspective, there's 3 fields that we're really struggling with. That would be the deputy sheriff series, correctional officer series, and communications dispatcher. So when I say those positions, I mean all levels. So when I talk about allocations and I talk about vacancies, that pertains to all levels of that classification. So the deputy sheriff, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and up the lineup, including to the sheriff when we get to vacancy numbers in just a minute. You can see a 5-year historic perspective here regarding those, how many people we hired each year and how many people we lost, whether it be due to retirement, whether it be due to leaving for whatever reason. That goes into that attrition factor. I'd like to point your attention to the deputy sheriff middle section regarding that curve is going down in terms of how many we're hiring and going up in terms of how many we're leaving. But what's our historic vacancy rate? Here's a 5-year analysis of that. 5% in 15, 11 and 19. Currently we're about at 14%. We've almost tripled. So historically, in terms of our vacancy numbers and how many we've gone without, there's not a huge statistical change. Right now, though, these are our current numbers. On the Deputy Sheriff series regarding the different divisions, correctional side of the house, and the dispatch center. 51 total out of 348 for deputy sheriffs, about 14.7, so really 15%. So in approximately 5 years, we've tripled that vacancy rate. 37 out of 280 for correctional officers, and 6 out of the communications dispatchers, out of a total of 35. So I'm not sure how that's impacting you, but that is a significant number. And as you all are well aware, the sheriff and the sheriff's office had to make some changes recently in terms of those staffing numbers just to meet the minimum basic calls for service, for emergency calls for service, and things of that nature. Prior to this thing called a global pandemic that then hit, and we needed to take additional measures to address. That has not, and I don't want to lose sight of, the underlying issue of an attraction problem and a hiring and retention problem we have at the sheriff's office, and moving forward with what we need to do to correct that issue. Here are the numbers.
One thing I just want to throw in on that last one was we always talk about deputy sheriff side of it because that really the public sees that, and when we're out there amongst them so much. But the one of the biggest problems we're having right now is on the correctional side. Our custody officers, the numbers we have, the mandatory overtime that we're having there. And we're almost to the point now where if we keep losing correctional officers, that we're going to have to start looking at, are we going to have to shut down housing units? Because we don't have enough people with this type of schedule to man those permanent stations that they have to be at. We have a lot more flexibility out on the street as to where we can pull people from and things like that. But in the correctional side, it is very impactful as we're losing bodies. And just in this last academy, just in the first week of the academy, we had people who'd gone through the entire background process. HR did a great job of getting us the list and getting people through. We got people hired. And in the first week in the class, before they even reached Friday, 2 of them walked out. Yeah, this isn't for me. And you would think, wow, you just went through a year-long process. We spent all this money trying to get you hired, and a week into a classroom, you walked out. So I don't know how people don't think about that ahead of time, but that kind of plays into, hey, if we get a little investment in them financially, maybe they'll say, hey, I can stay, and you'll see with the program that Captain Petrino has put together here that there's an incentive to stay longer. So, and that helps us in the long run with our retirement and the funding and stuff for that. So, sorry, Cap.
Yes, sir. So the historic perspective of vacancy rates, I mentioned, and I keep repeating that because that wasn't terribly concerning to me as the professional standards captain. What's terribly concerning to me, and I want to specifically present to this board today, is this. And that is the actual dip in the needle, so to speak. And that is a retention issue with mid to early career deputy sheriffs. The average here in terms of time on, I want to say it's on the next slide coming up, but I believe it's about 5.4 years. Of early to mid-career deputy sheriffs leaving our office for employment with other agencies, most of which are nearby, either neighboring counties or within this county. And we can go back and forth on the reasons in terms of what those are. That is pertinent information. However, my job is to stop that and see what we can do to retain those folks. For your information, it takes about 13 months to hire these folks. And when I say that, I mean the process is they have to apply, obviously, then they go through a background investigation process, they go through a basic peace officer academy. Then we have what we call an in-house mini academy. And by the time someone applies and they are a deputy sheriff, is about 13 months, including the FTO program in terms of field training. And about the money it takes from that point to they get off the training program is about $150,000 per. So the fact of the matter is simply to replace these personnel that have already left, this has occurred, is that figure you see there on that slide. The process that they go through, and this is applicable to correctional officers and communications dispatchers as well, in terms of this process. The application, it varies a little bit. We don't do physical agilities, for example, for communications dispatchers, but they go through some human resources process to where human resources then gives us what they call a certified list of applicants. We then take that list in the professional standards division and start conducting our background investigations. Once they do that, there's a series of events you see here, ultimately culminating in a conditional job offer and a psychological examination, as well as a medical examination as final conditions of being actually hired here, and then they get hired. It takes about 2 to 4 months from the time human resources open up a recruitment for any one of these classifications, and there's some other things that go on into the nuts and bolts of taking care of that, but that's the general process there in terms of these different positions. So it's quite lengthy, it's cumbersome, but I don't think that the community, members of the public, or this board want us to bypass some of these things and these steps that, to the best of our ability, ensure we're producing people that are properly suited for the job of peace officer and correctional officer and communications dispatcher as articulated by the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, and the criteria that we conduct backgrounds in terms of the things we look for in the applicants and those things that may disqualify them of such. In terms of what we've done already, I already mentioned in trying to combat this, I mentioned the redistribution of personnel internally. You're well aware of that. We've started some different internal workflow process improvements that I think when I went in there and maybe a fresh set of eyes, I started asking questions and paying attention in terms of some of the things we were doing, some of the things the previous administration disallowed, and some of the things I thought were good improvements and or changes to that process to alleviate some of those bottlenecks that made no sense in terms of continuing to do, for example, a background investigation on an individual that you know is going to be disqualified. They've submitted some formal document that precludes them from employment as a peace officer, pursuant to state mandates, and there's no reason to continue time and money and hours, employee hours of the background investigator to do that. We know that now. Let's stop now. And so some of those things have been implemented. We've just recently finished the in-staff end-user training for a program called ESOF, which is an electronic version of the background application and the things that we do in the background that theoretically at this point, we have not done it on an actual recruitment yet, should reduce timeframes by 40% for the background application process, as well as move it to a completely electronic process. Instead of handing out at an orientation pounds of paper for them to fill out, they're emailed a link, they click the link, and they submit all their documents electronically. There's still obviously formal verifications that need to occur, et cetera. So that should improve things. We've reached out to some potential vendors preliminarily to look at some of the advertising efforts that we really are not doing right now from a recruiting and hiring standpoint. I can go set up a booth. I have a booth that says sheriffs, and I can staff 2 deputies or correctional officers there, and we can talk to, say, 100, maybe on a good day, 500 or 1,000 people. I can post on social media and get 50,000+ hits, potentially. But what's more effective? I'm not an advertising executive or an expert, but I say there is a smarter way to do this. And one of the things overall with this program is if we move forward with it, I want to know if it's effective. How do I know if it's effective? How do I know if I'm reaching the people that I want to reach and recruit? And then if I can determine who I want to recruit or strategize that, we can strategically go about how we're doing so. But I need that feedback, and I'll talk more about that in just a second. Lastly, on this slide, I want to point out, oftentimes you talk about how to recruit people. I'm also equally, if not more interested, on why people are staying. Why are my top 10% or 15% of people that are our best employees staying at this organization, and what's keeping them here? Those are called stay interviews, actually. And we're conducting those at the Sheriff's Office to identify those things to potentially strategize our recruitment efforts around such. Here's the program. This includes hiring bonuses for deputy sheriffs, trainees, deputy sheriffs 2s, or as we call them, laterals. In other words, people that are peace officers already in the world and they're leaving one agency and wanting to come to ours. Correctional officers and communications dispatchers. Furthermore, it includes a moving stipend if we can verify that the individual does need to, in fact, move their resident location. And a referral bonus. People talk about recruitment and hiring, and doing all kinds of professional services, which I just articulated. We do need to to do to a degree. I say my best recruitment people are the deputy sheriffs currently working in your communities. They are the people that are in contact with the community on a daily basis. They are the face of the organization for the most part on a daily basis for every citizen. Yes, the sheriff gets up and does talks and presentations, and the administration goes and does things. But your deputy sheriffs are the daily pulse keepers of the community. They are the best people in terms of recruitment. And furthermore, other people in the organization. So let's incentivize that. This was reviewed with the CAO and Human Resources Director. We had a chance to go back and forth, made a couple changes. One thing we're strategically obviously trying to do, if you did not notice, is incentivize staying. I mentioned our average time in terms of people on the job and them leaving is about 5 to 5.5 years. The final sum of money here is not delivered until the 6th year. For Deputy Sheriff 2 or that lateral, they get their money a little faster. You have to do something to incentivize them a little bit more because they're already out making more money in the world than a deputy sheriff or a brand new person would coming into this profession. And so today, we're asking this board to approve this program. Once the new fiscal budget is approved, we will work with the CAO's office in changing any, moving around any type of fundings that are needed for this program, and additionally to work with Human Resources to implement it. There's further work that needs to be done. We need to finalize some of the things in terms of how are we going to have people apply for this? How are we going to ensure that there's no abuse of the program and or people, applying more than once for a referral bonus and things of that nature, and how we're going to actually divvy and do all sorts of those things. Moving forward, we are happy to work with Human Resources to figure those things out. That concludes the presentation. If there is any questions from the board, we're happy to take those now.
My screen is not pulling up a name, but I know someone has a question. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Looking at that table that you had there of the bonuses at various times, that looks like it should be effective in terms of recruiting. However, that largest bonus there was at the end of 6 years. So I'm just curious now, at the end of 6 years, the person gets that bonus, then is there any requirement for them to stay a certain period of time after that? And the reason I'm asking that is, you pointed out that the average length of service for people who are leaving is 5.4 years or so. So if they stay another 6 months, get their bonus, then they're still leaving, unless we've got something that keeps them there after they receive that bonus. The reason I ask about that is I'm familiar with the military system, and they give bonuses for people for re-enlisting, for various things, for enlisting in certain categories of assignments that may be harder to recruit for. But then there's a service obligation after that. So I'm just curious, are we doing the same type of thing?
Well, Supervisor Elliott, I'll jump in on that one. You're absolutely right. We had to have a cutoff point somewhere, and it was we had it at 5, and it was the CAO that brought up the fact, hey, maybe you carry it on a little bit past that since they were leaving at that time, so we bumped it up. But I would bring to your attention that in our contract, we have incentives there too, pay-wise, as far as the number of years. And I don't have those. I don't know if it's at 10 years and then at 15 years they get another 5%, that type of thing. So this is to get them in the door and to keep them past that golden year there, or the 5th year, where they generally start looking around. And we're hoping that they've committed themselves after they get past that 5th year to stay with us, and we're going to reward that. And then it carries on into the contract, where the contract there are incentives in there as far as you reach a certain year, and I don't know if it's 10 or 15, and I don't know if any of my guys know that off the cuff, but that they do get another 5% bump in their pay for that, or 2.5% or whatever it is. The CAO might know.
I think it's
they refer to it as longevity pay, and so there are those bumps. I think it might be the lowest might be 7.5 years or 7 years. I'm looking at HR. I don't know, but we will get that. But I want to say 7, possibly 10 or 15, and I believe it goes to 20 years.
So this is just an additive to get them into the door, to get them to stay, and then through the regular contract thing, they continue to get an incentive to stay at that point. So, at some point we had to cut it off, and we could carry it on, that way, but we do that through the contract pretty much. So.
Okay, so then our past experience has been that if a person stays longer than 5.5 years, generally they'll stay for a much longer period of time.
Pretty much, we've got our hooks into them, and they've bought their boat and their truck and their motorcycle, and it's tough for them to leave by then. So.
Supervisor Elliott, through the chair, if I may. Additionally speaking, specifically to your question regarding some type of contractual obligation regarding this bonus program, I believe there may be some legal issues we would need to work out with that, and that's one of the reasons we steered away from that with county council regarding if we do engage in a contract for the hiring of this individual and apply these bonuses, does that contract then supersede MOUs? How does that work out with what's going on with that? And so there's more discussion that would need to be done on the legal side to explore that.
All right, well, keep us informed how this works out.
Sir.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Captain Petrino, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very well thought out and deliberate, and it looks like it's progressive, looking at utilizing new technologies. Supervisor Elliott had asked one of my questions, but also through the chair, I'd like to ask our CAO, Ms. Nino, what is the county's obligation when it comes to the pension? Somebody starts here in the county, and then after so many years, they're going somewhere else. And how does that work, that the county might be obligated for their pension, even though they're now working somewhere else and no longer contributing to our pension?
Supervisor Patty, Madam Chair, and board members. There's a vesting period. I'm not going to remember exactly how many years of vesting with our 37 Act county, but what happened is there's reciprocity. So if you work a certain number of years and then you go to another 37 Act county, you have reciprocity. So essentially, when you do end up retiring, both of those counties participate in paying out that pension in the future. And if you were pre-PEPRA, and I'm doing a lot of these details off the top of my head, I think I'm very close though. Pre-PEPRA, it was your last 12 months of your salary. And that's what you received based upon years of service, based upon, your age. So there's a table, it has a sliding scale, and more years of service, if you're older, better pension. Because you've essentially paid in. But yet both agencies, your final calculation is based upon those 12 months. After PEPRA, it's a 3-year average of your last salary. So there is an ongoing obligation as a result of pension when they vest in one county and go to another and end up retiring from the county. Also, as this board knows, public safety, roughly right now, we pay roughly almost 80 plus cents per dollar for our public safety benefit. General members, closer to about the 50% range, maybe 47% of every dollar goes into pension costs. So does that respond to your question?
It does. And how does it also relate to cities? If somebody were to leave San Joaquin County and go to the city of Lodi or Manteca, as some are doing?
So a number of cities, and then law enforcement probably knows, the sheriff or Captain Petrino knows, cities typically are PERS counties, and there is reciprocity there. But Captain Petrino, sheriff, do either one of you know the city details?
I just know that most of the cities here are all PERS, so they're not the 37 Act, but I don't know the reciprocity as far as a PERS.
I think the main question I have is the county disproportionately on the hook for a part of that pension, or is it equally shared based on the amount of time that they've been in either agency?
So I know the facts when it's a 37 Act to a 37 Act county, because that's me. I spent 25 and a half years in Stan County. More than likely, I'm going to spend close to 7 to 9 years here in San Joaquin. And so it's proportionally of your time that you invested with that county. So Stan County, even though, and I'm going to use myself as an example, based upon my salary, more than likely, I will end up pulling much more of my pension out of Stan County because of my years of service versus here in San Joaquin.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to kind of get a landscape of how it works when we lose an asset, somebody that we've trained. Sheriff, it's actually, I'm excited. I know that we talked about this a while back. You had mentioned that you were formulating and thinking about something. Is this one of the only incentive plans that's in the state of California? Have you found anything comparable?
No, as a matter of fact, there's a whole bunch of them. As he slides me the list. So in California here, we have Kern, Stanislaus, Modesto PD, Fremont PD, BART PD, Concord PD, Eureka, Seaside, San Diego, Napa, Lodi, Turlock, Palo Alto, and Ventura are the ones that we hit up that have incentive programs. Some of these offer up to $40,000 has a signing bonus and incentive to stay. And obviously we can't play with the big boys like that. But we're doing other things that we, as you know, that we can to make it our environment at work and the support that they get from you and from us, an incentive to stay. Assistant Sheriff Williamson came up and let me know that the longevity that's in the contract goes 7, 10, and 15 years. They get an incentive to stay. So that kind of hits on what we're doing to continue to keep them here working for us. So no, we're not the only ones that are offering this. We kind of wanted to get in the game. And I just think that even though we can't reach those high levels at some of the other ones, just the fact that we're offering those type of incentives will help us. And then all the stuff that Captain Petrino and his team has been doing over there, looking at rebooting our recruiting process. And unfortunately, with coronavirus, there's so much negative to us, but we are going to be an option now for people who are going to be looking for jobs. And people are going to say, hey, working for a government agency really brings the security, especially in this law enforcement type of environment. So we're hoping that's going to help us with recruiting also.
Is Supervisor Villapudua able to apply to go through the academy?
Well, you notice there is a physical agility part of this.
He'll ace that. So to my point, though, I guess we're taking we're experimenting, seeing what perhaps the results may be. But I noticed on the laterals, I mean, if we're spending $130,000 to $180,000 training somebody, and we could save that by recruiting a lateral, and I don't know what's legal, but if you had a 10 or 15 year contract obligation with them, does that more than pay for itself?
Well, we'd absolutely love to get laterals because you get a tried and tested somebody else has paid for them to go through the academy and everything. So it's a great deal for us, and they bring that knowledge over. So yeah, we are constantly trying to reach out, and the men and women that work for us are doing the same, trying to reach out to other agencies and snag people, and we're trying to do that with people who have left us and trying to get them to come back. As far as the contract side of it, though, I mean, Mr. Miles could probably speak to it better, but eventually, with the problem with contracts and obligating people to stay, once you've given them some money, they become indentured servants, basically. They don't have the right to leave until this debt is paid off or something, or they have to pay that money back. So I'm not sure of the legalities of that, but a lot of places are doing the incentives like we're talking about.
Excellent. And would you say, I know you said some are much higher, are we kind of on par with what some of the agencies are doing, or are we at a very low basement entry?
That's a relative question, Supervisor, through the chair. Regarding, laterals, yeah, that significantly mitigates our upfront cost and investment in an individual regarding the training. However, to be competitive, when you talk about some of the incentive pays they're getting at their current employment, their longevity pay, and some of the things referenced here, we are trying to become competitive and up front right now with this incentive, and get them to come here.
Is the $6,000 that we're offering kind of average, or?
So I would say across the state, this list that the sheriff mentioned is not all inclusive. It's the folks that got back to us, or the folks that we received information. We're middle to middle low, I would say, if I had to categorize it. But I think we're where we need to be to potentially be effective. And as a starting point, I think we're in a great place.
Okay. I appreciate it. I know that you've got dedicated staff as a sheriff. You're bringing some new fantastic reform and being very progressive in the department, and that's attractive in and of itself. So I think this is a great first step to take a look, see what that yields, and some adjustments and whatever we can do to increase the viability of people coming to San Joaquin County and contributing to the many needs we have and being part of our family here in service. It would be great. So you've got my support, of course. I'm just wondering, is it enough? So I want to make sure that we are here to support what you guys need, and I'm very hopeful that this yields the benefits and the recruitment that you're looking for. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Wynn, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the creativity, and I guess you're following some other agencies that have already had this in place. So I think that's a good thing. Obviously, we need to do everything we can, not only to hire, but to retain. I do have a little bit of concern in regards to the, not the bonuses themselves, but as far as the retention, because if you pay somebody $3,000, after the 6th year, and they go to another agency the next day, that hasn't really served anybody, certainly not the county. I know that, for example, years ago, LAPD had their own academy, used to graduate officers, and they have graduation. They would immediately transfer it to other cities with a great training package. And obviously, as you talk about, the amount of money invested during that training is taxing. So I guess my question would be, it would seem to me if we're really, and I'm assuming that any deputy or officer that goes through this program and gets the incremental incentives from hire all the way through the 6th year, obviously wants to stay, otherwise they wouldn't be here. So it would seem, and I can't address the legality, but it would seem to me that if you reach that threshold, whether it's at a hiring stage or at the 6-year stage, that once you've gotten the money, there's at least a guarantee that you'll stick around. And when you talk about the longevity pay at 7 years, it seems like 1 year wouldn't be too much to ask for them to hang on for the money, the $3,000 that they receive, because obviously our hope, and I assume that their hope, is that they'll continue on with the department. The issue, and I don't know, it's been a while, but as far as the retirement, and obviously going from 37 Act to PERS or vice versa, normally the retirement is split. Each agency pays their share based upon, as CEO says, the number of years and whatever their compensation. So they get a dual retirement. It's not combined, it's separate based upon the agencies that they served in. So as the list shows, a lot of them are going to PERS agencies, whether it be police departments or other departments. So I think that I think there's an opportunity here. I would certainly be interested to see the progress. Maybe every 6 months, at least update us on how it's going, as far as maybe needed to tweak it. And I think because we want to maintain our competitive edge, I think that the problem with recruitment in this current period is, and I've seen this across the nation, but especially in California, because of some legislation and some propositions that have been passed, really puts law enforcement in kind of a box. And certainly when it comes to deadly force, it really puts, I want to use the term target, but it certainly jeopardizes and maybe increases their risk of possible prosecution or certainly liability. So I know a lot of individuals who have seen what's happened in this state are a little bit less interested because they see the challenges that law enforcement is facing. So I think that's another hurdle you're going to have to deal with. And so I think there's a variety of things happening, but having seen recruitment activities over the years, one that really kind of interested me was at one time the state was advertising in Mexico newspapers for recruitment. And that was when we were really pushing heavily for the Hispanic officers. But my point is that I think as we go through this period and move on, that we need to keep, ahead of the game and certainly competitive with other agencies. So I certainly appreciate your efforts, but I look forward to seeing, what the results will be.
Well, we appreciate that. You'll be happy to know that Captain Petrino and his team offered to fly to Hawaii and recruit there for us and other islands as needed. But we're looking all across our nation to see where we can draw from and attract, because you're right, it is challenging to be a law enforcement officer in California nowadays, and we're trying to mitigate that at our own level here, as far as making sure they have all the equipment and tools and everything that they need to be able to use alternatives to force, as well as document what has actually happened during incidences. So we try and address it that way to alleviate those concerns. So we're looking at all angles of this to try and solve this problem and become a leader in the hiring here in law enforcement. So we're doing our best.
Yeah.
I have a question. Captain Petrino, you talked about doing some research in terms of stay interviews. Well, what are the unique characteristics of your department that is encouraging people to stay? What have you found out so far, or is it too early, and how do you intend to capitalize on those things?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. I would say it is too early to respond to that. We're conducting those. We don't have that information in yet. And then obviously, depending on what we find, we'll cross-reference that information and try to identify major themes. We're currently going through that process, so I don't want to throw anything out that is not accurate or is not reflective of what we find and the data that we collect, so to speak. In terms of capitalizing on that, speaking to some of the things that Supervisor Wynn just said, financial and money is absolutely not the only incentive that people stay with an organization. Absolutely. It's the largest one that's being reported to me and that I'm currently combating. However, political, geographical, generational dynamics. Yeah, you have to tell a 21 and 2-year-old you got to get out and talk to that person sometimes, and they, in the FTO program. So, in terms of capitalizing on that information, one of the things in this program we want to do is take some of these funds to engage in some folks that have the expertise, the knowledge, the know-how, and the equipment to do exactly that and identify some of those factors. Then strategize how we recruit and how we advertise, how we engage social media, how we advertise some more conventional means regarding maybe it's billboards, maybe it's radio ads, maybe it's TV bookends. There's a number of things in terms of how we can take that information and strategize how we go about doing that through a professional advertising service type agency with the information that we find regarding your specific question.
Great. I think the timing on this is really good. I know we saw after the Great Recession, when we were beginning to come out, a lot of people considered careers in law enforcement, even folks into their early 30s that were not before. The stability, the structure, the ability to have a little more security in their jobs became much more important. My family, I know 2 folks that were college grads well into a career in financial services, completely switched gears and went into law enforcement and are still on the job and loving it. It's something they wouldn't have considered otherwise, but they're finding that they're very well suited to it. So I do think it's a good opportunity with this economic reshuffling that's going on. I think there could be a lot of folks out there, not just 21 and 22-year-olds, that would consider some targeted recruitment and would be paying attention. I mean, they already have families. They already have a need for safety and security and all of those things in their career. I think there could be some real opportunities for the department. So thank you for being so proactive and also for being so careful about gathering the data and making your decisions based on real facts and not just, flying by the seat of your pants, but really putting some numbers and some real strategies behind this. I think it's important, and I think you will see much greater success because of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Okay, then we are being asked to authorize this program. through June 30th, 2022. And I am looking for a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. So that is approved 5-0. We'll look forward to updates.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next up is a discussion item for Public Works. A declaration of intent to increase the sewer service charges for County Service Area 44, Zones E and G, to set a public hearing date of July 7th, 2020 at 9 a.m., to waive reimbursement of general fund loans totaling $1,116,554, and authorize reimbursement of special district settlement fund loans totaling $715,722. A 4/5 vote is required on this item, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Balaji, our Director of Public Works, to introduce.
Good morning, Chair Miller. I was feeling like, the seat was so hot. I was wondering what happened here. It was the chair. Yeah. Just making sure that maybe you disinfected the seat before you left for me. Yeah. All right. Good morning. Good morning to the board members. It's a bright good morning, and we're hearing all kinds of positive news today, so we're excited about that. And also we're excited because we have in front of you something that we started about 3.5 years ago. And finally, we have a light at the end of this tunnel. As you know that over the last 3 years, the staff has been on a mission to bring financial solvency to all of our county service areas and maintenance districts. And I'm very proud to say that, we're almost there, actually, right? We're close to getting that thing done. So this item being considered by you today is huge. And also, it is by far the most difficult and most complex of all that financial stuff that we did for the CSAs. And specifically, we're going to be talking about county service areas 44, zones E and G. And our presentation this morning represents that culmination of our efforts, and with the feedback from the residents of the districts of the zone E and G. With me today is Mr. Fritz Buckman, our Deputy Director for Development Services. He will cover how we arrived at the current situation by providing a very brief history of these districts and their current financial condition and our proposed solution for your consideration. Mr. Buckman?
Thank you. Good morning. CSA 44 was formed in 1989 to provide domestic water service. In 2004, Zones E and G were created to provide sewer, storm drainage, and street lighting services for the Costello Estates and Linney Estates subdivisions. Zone E provides services to 91 single-family equivalents, or SFEs, and Zone G provides services to 148 SFEs. And SFE is defined as the amount of special benefit or service level received by a typical single-family home. In 2004, the developer constructed wastewater treatment plants in each zone. The following year, the county accepted the improvements and contracted with the developer's consultant to operate and maintain the plants while providing training to county staff. The county assumed full operation and maintenance of the plants in 2008. And soon afterward discovered the plants had system and permit compliance issues. The county, through a competitive selection process, contracted with a consultant to evaluate the plants and provide a corrective action plan. And this plan was finalized in January of 2010. In February 2010, the Board of Supervisors found that emergency conditions existed and authorized a $1.65 million short-term bridge loan from the County General Fund to facilitate immediate corrective actions. The county proposed rate increases later that year to cover inflationary increases and finance repayment of the loans. Property owners successfully protested the proposed rate increase, and the service charges remain unchanged. As a result, the district lacked the capacity to repay the loan. The primary reason given by residents for protesting the proposed rate increases was objection to loan repayment. Property owners expressed that because the loans were necessitated by design inadequacies accepted by the county, residents should not be responsible for the repayment, and that the proposed sewer rate increases needed to repay the loans created a significant financial burden for residents. As a result of the failed increase, in March 2011, the Board of Supervisors authorized a loan of $664,000 from the Special District Settlement Fund. The loan was used to finance $120,000 of additional improvements in Zone G and to repay $544,000 of the outstanding general fund loan. Subsequently, the plants have operated without further significant complications. However, the district's financial condition has continued to deteriorate as the last service charge adjustment was in 2007, and revenues have not kept pace with gradually increasing costs. As a result, both districts currently carry negative fund balances. As of June 30th of last year, 2019, the fund balance for Zone E was roughly $500,000 in the red, and the fund balance for Zone G was just a little over $400,000 in the red. Beginning in 2018, numerous meetings have been held with community representatives to discuss options to improve the district's financial sustainability, and several of those meetings also included Supervisor Elliott. To inform district residents of the proposed solution, Public Works conducted outreach meetings on February 3rd and March 5th of this year. We also hosted a tour of the Zone G sewer plant to address questions about plant operational procedures and costs. Property owners expressed frustration at the high cost of operating their system. The county worked with a group of property owners to develop lower rates, assuming the installation of a remote monitoring system. Phasing in capital reserve contributions and lengthening the deficit payback period were also built into the revised rates. Another long-term solution we've been exploring is connecting to the City of Tracy sewer system. Connection to the city treatment plant would significantly reduce system operation and maintenance costs. Public Works first began these discussions with the city in 2016, and Supervisor Elliott also participated in a number of these as well. A formal request for services was sent to the city manager, interim city manager at the time, in March 2019. The county has yet to receive a formal response to this request. However, we did hold a follow-up meeting with the new city manager in March of this year, and at which time the city stated they currently lack capacity in their treatment plant to accommodate these neighborhoods. They did indicate that sufficient capacity may be available in a few years. We'll continue to work with the city on the solution for the districts, which is really the cheapest, most cost-effective way to operate these districts. In the meantime, rates must be increased to cover the cost of services. Current rates paid for sewer service in these zones, Zone E, the current rate is $1,821 per year. And $1,461 per year for Zone G. This equates to about $152 and $122 per month, respectively. These rates are collected annually on the property tax bill. The last rate for these districts was a 5% increase in 2007. So there have been no increases to the rate in the past 13 years. And so in the 16 years these districts have been in existence, they've had one 5% increase. Because there has been only one sewer rate increase since the districts were established 16 years ago, and costs associated with the operation and maintenance of the plants have gradually increased, the fund balances, as I indicated previously, have steadily declined. This slide shows the decline over the past 10 years, and as I mentioned, as of the end of last fiscal year, the Zone E fund balance was about $500,000 in the red. Similar picture for Zone G. This chart shows the steady decline over the past 10 years and concludes with just over $400,000 in the red as of the end of last fiscal year. In response to community feedback that the difficulties the plants initially experienced were not the responsibilities of the district's property owners, and considering the financial burden that was placed on residents, the proposed rates do not factor in loan repayment. The proposed rates do include operation, maintenance, capital reserve contributions, installation of a remote monitoring system, and repayment of the negative fund balances. The government code provides that the Board of Supervisors may, by a 4/5 vote, waive reimbursement in whole or in part for loans to a CSA if it finds that the reimbursement of the loans would result in an economic hardship for the property owners or residents. Note that the Special District Settlement Fund loans are not forgivable and must be repaid with interest. The proposed rates cover annual operation, adds a contribution for capital reserve, and gradually pays down the negative fund balance. The capital reserve contribution is phased in over 5 years, and the rate assumes a reduction in operation and maintenance costs due to the installation of the remote monitoring system, which the county agreed to install if the residents approved the increase. Rates for Zone E are proposed to increase from the current $1,820 per year to $2,782 in the first year, and up to $3,314 in the 5th year. Rates for Zone G are proposed to increase from $1,461 annually to $2,173 in the first year, and up to $2,675 in the final 5th year. Public Works staff recommends that the board take the following actions. First, approve the board order declaring intent to increase sewer charges in CSE 44 zones E and G, approve the engineer's report on service charges, set a public hearing date of July 7th, 2020 at 9 a.m., and direct Public Works staff to email notices to the affected property owners. We further recommend that the board approves the resolution waiving reimbursement of the county general fund loans and authorizing reimbursement from the county general fund to the Special District Settlement Fund, and both of these actions would be contingent upon property owner consent to the proposed sewer service charges.
Thank you, Mr. Buckman. And it is, I want to highlight once again that the loan, waiving the loan is strictly contingent upon the property owners approving these proposed rate increases, which is something that we worked with the county administrator's office, and I'm glad that we worked that out with the customers as well. The other point that I wanted to clarify also is though we build in capital reserves as part of the component, which the members, our customers have agreed to, the only long-term solution, as Mr. Buckman pointed out, is to find a way to connect to the city of Tracy. This is an untenable situation to just go on, maintaining this thing. So we're still, operating on a limb right now, running this plant. But we have stabilized the operation so we can continue on. But the wisest, most economical solution would be to connect to the city of Tracy. So finally, I tell you that, it really took a village to get here, actually. I really want to thank, first and foremost, the community for their patience, their understanding, and working with us. And it has shown through the experience that we've gained, through the successes of the other CSAs, if we explain to them clearly that we have been most economical and efficient in our operations, and what has happened is beyond our control, there is that type of understanding and, trust of the customers with us. So that's what happened in here. And it doesn't happen without, your support and your leadership, right? Supervisor Miller, Patty, Supervisor Olapudua, Supervisor Wynn, you folks have been there every time when we went to your district and, when we go for these rate increases, and so did Supervisor Ayed. I want to thank him and acknowledge his leadership for getting this thing done. Throughout the extensive outreach process, one-on-one meetings with key community stakeholders, with the city, numerous city managers that went through as we went through this process. That's the main reason why we're here. Last but not least, I tell you that we miss him dearly. Larry Myers, our county council. man, like, this is very complex, financing arrangement that our staff has put together, and his help in, interpreting the law, what we can forgive and not, and how we can structure this thing, amazing. I say, Auditor Controller Office, those guys helped us tremendously in coming up with the numbers, what the interests are. So, you could see how, expanded, how complex this is. And the COO's office, right, working with them to figure out, how much we could afford, under what conditions. And I think that, I applaud that, even though at that time I wasn't really that much happy about it, that she stood the ground saying that only if the ratepayers agree to that, increase in the rates, then we would recommend this, waiving the loan, which is a great suggestion, because otherwise, we still have a problem. We may have forgiven the loan, but we're still holding up with this negative fund balances. So that was a great thing. Thank you for that, Monica, for that as well. And last but not least, right, our soldiers, Fritz Buckman, Jana Root, Alash Shetley, these guys, their extensive meetings with the county, the community, building their trust and explaining that, and the community members working with us. Without that, there's no way we can be here. I know we still need to, we can't call it good until July 7th is where we're proposing the final vote. I know that, but we are fairly confident that we have the support of our customers and their understanding that they will do the right thing to approve this rate increase should you choose today to waive that loan on that condition and allow us to go and start the process. Thank you, Chair Miller.
Excuse me, I have a quick question. On the remote monitoring system, what's the cost of that? Where is that coming from, that money? Because you said the county agreed to pay for that and install it. And is that also contingent on the rate increase being passed?
It is built into that rate increase, Chair Miller. So the purchase, installation, and operation costs are already factored into these rates.
Right. Excellent. Thank you. Yep. I have one question from a board member. Supervisor Patty.
Hey.
For the first time, I had a name show up, and it was the wrong one. So. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think all of us up here have dealt with these districts in regards to their deficits, and I have a couple of questions. Maybe you don't know the answer, but obviously at some point in time the county didn't do what they should have done in regards to approving this particular system. As a result, it's kind of been limping along with additional funds from the county to allow it to continue to operate. My concern about this is every one of us up here has projects that we would like to construct, and unfortunately, oftentimes and the CAO is right, is that we just don't have the money. But $1.8 million is a lot of money coming from our general fund, and I guess the concern I have is that's money that all taxpayers, all property owners contribute to, and I guess when we raise the rates, which obviously this waiver is contingent on raising the rates, it describes that operating maintenance will be back, in the positive column. So that at some point in time, they'll be able to continue on with operations without running a deficit, which all the other districts that I've been to meetings with both of you on, and Jana and everybody else, it's always been told to the residents is that we can't subsidize you, we can't pay for anything, you have to fund it yourself, and the only thing we can do is, especially with water, is cut the usage, which then reduces their costs, which allows them to balance their budget. So I do have a problem with that, but I guess the question is, because of the increases in rates, is there a point in time where they will have not just a capital reserve, but they'll also have a surplus or some amount of money that at some juncture they would be able to at least contribute back to the fund, the $1.8 million that we're waiving?
Very good observation, Supervisor Wynn. The short answer is no, because we're looking at in 2025, like for example, we have to, that includes the capital reserve component and also paying back their, fund balance, negative fund balance of $500,000 over a period of time, right? So if we tell them that, first of all, if we tell them that, okay, you have to pay that, loan back in there, and that burden is going to extend for a much longer period of time. And also their argument is very, very stern that, we were not even considered, like the public, we were not even considered when you made the decision to accept that system. And if we said, okay, accept that system, then yeah, it's on us to go, repay that thing. So we didn't have a choice in accepting the system. So their argument is that they should not be saddled with that debt. Mr. Buckman?
Yeah, the currently proposed rates factor in long-term sustainability for the districts and their capital reserve needs and operation and maintenance and repayment of the fund balance over a number of years in order to sustain the districts and cover the capital loans as well. We're looking at $800 to $900 a year additional on top of already really high rates. Again, we've looked at it, and Director Blasi articulated the community's position fairly well. This is not our responsibility. The city the county accepted these plants with some operational challenges and decided not to pursue it with the developer, and that was outside of our control, and we shouldn't be held responsible for that. And our proposal is based on the notion, well, okay, that's fair enough, but at the same time, we want you to agree to a rate structure that will correct the community's the lack of rate increases for the district and the deficits that has caused. So our proposal is that the county steps up and owns up to its responsibility for the problems it created. The community should contribute their fair share. So we view this as a fair middle ground proposal.
And Supervisor Wynn, another thing, I can feel your concern, actually, not even hear it, right? Are we setting a slippery slope here, setting a precedent when we go tell some people that, hey, this is your district, you got to take care of it. The county cannot, it's your business. That's what we have been saying. Are we speaking from both sides of our mouth? Absolutely not. Let me tell you the reason why. We will not come to you and say we should use general fund to offset an operational deficit. This is not an operational deficit. This was a brand new system that was accepted in there which had numerous problems, actually. So if this was purely because of operational deficit, then we would say don't forgive that loan. As a matter of fact, if you notice, we're not saying the general fund should subsidize their $500,000 fund balance deficit. No, that's an operational deficit, and they own it, and they are, agreeable, at least in our public meetings, they said they are agreeable to take care of that should the county, take the stand on getting this capital money that was loaned, that was waived. So I hope that allays your fear or concerns.
Well, it does, and I appreciate that. And so what you're saying is we're talking apples and oranges. I know all three of us have been in numerous meetings telling residents, you're on your own. It's your responsibility. I would hope, and I know this has been a long time ago, but there has been some intermittent progress, I guess, so to speak, that it would be a lesson for certainly for those who, for whatever reason, in my opinion, neglected to do their job in regards to making sure that this project was sustainable. And I don't have any idea why they did that, but I hope that we will not get ourselves in this situation, or more importantly, put residents in this position in the future. So I understand, and I appreciate your clarifying that. So thank you.
And I also want to tell you, because I'm so proud when I say this thing, we have had couple of people approach, some of your colleagues and, asking for something like this. And when we explained to them and they were firm, they understood what it would lead us in the future, And they told their constituents that, no, we cannot do that, right? So I'm really proud that, your board stands together when it comes to matters like this. And I'm very positive that we will not be ending up in a situation like this in the future.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to give credit here to the Public Works Department, particularly Fritz Buckman, Chris Balaji, for this extended effort to resolve this problem. This has been going on for years. You went through the series of public meetings with city staff over in Tracy, trying to work this thing out. I just appreciate all the effort and the public outreach to finally come up with something that came up with a good middle ground that both sides could agree on. From my observations, it appears that the residents, after the explanations, generally recognized the need for a rate increase, but they just couldn't swallow the loan that they thought was not their responsibility for having incurred it. So I again, just appreciate the work that Public Works did to bring the parties together and come up with a solution to this problem. So even so, with the proposed rate increases, and you look at the out years annual fee and then break that down into a monthly fee, it's still many times the amount that city residents are paying for their sewer rates through the city. It's, let's see, I think I saw in here, $34 to $47 per month. And as opposed to these figures here of $200 or $300 per month that they're going to be paying just to keep this system, to get out of debt and keep the system running here in the out years. So we still need to continue to work with the city of Tracy to try to come up with a way to connect to their city sewer system. But nonetheless, I think this is a great accomplishment here. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Supervisor. I will definitely let the staff know of your appreciation. And I have been telling the public this, and I'm telling you folks today, our work will not be over once, this thing is approved by our customers, because $330, I can't live with that thing, that's such a high rate. So we will continue to find every way that is possible to reduce that thing. Even if we find a solution that reduces the rate by $10, we'll go do that stuff. Well, while at the same time, keeping a close eye on the capacity that the city of Tracy said that may become available in the future. We'll work with them to see if we can make that thing happen. Absolutely. We're not going to rest on the laurel that, we got this rate increase approved. Should the public do that, we will continue doggedly to find other solutions to bring that rate down.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no other questions, did we receive any public comment on this?
Yes, you did, Madam Chair. This is a comment by Neil Fornaciari of Tracy, California. And Neil writes, on behalf of homeowners and citizens living in County Service Area 44, Zones E and G, we ask for your support for this proposal and believe that the path forward proposed by the Department of Public Works is not only reasonable, but also a fair approach for resolving this issue. These loans under discussion were used to pay for emergency modifications to the sewer system supporting CSA 44. The system never functioned properly and was cited by the state for numerous violations. After taking over, the county determined that $1.7 million in modifications were required to enable the system to operate within state guidelines. Even though it was clear that the initial design and installation of the sewer system was faulty, Public Works leadership and County Council decided not to pursue litigation to request the modifications from either the builder of the sewer system or the neighborhood developer who hired the builder. The homeowners in CSA 44 were not part of that decision. Even though this proposal includes a significant rate increase, homeowners will support it because they believe the only fair way to resolve this issue is for the loans to be forgiven. Without loan forgiveness, the homeowners will not support the rate increase. We sincerely thank you for your consideration and support in this matter.
Thank you. So I am looking for a motion and a second. Items.
Move to approve the staff recommendations.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, next up is a COVID-19 consent item. Unless there are questions from the board, I am looking for a motion and a second to approve this. It is, I'll read it out for the record,
Okay.
folks listening. This is to retroactively approve purchase of refrigerated storage container for the morgue for $30,709 due to the COVID-19 emergency. We have a motion by Supervisor Villapudua.
Second.
And a second by Supervisor Wynn. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 5-0. The next up, we're going to launch into our discussion of various COVID-19, excuse me, related issues. I'm going to call for just a 10-minute break for everyone, and we'll be back here at 10:35. Great. We're all back, and we are going to launch into our discussion of COVID-19 related issues, receive updates on the efforts to address the pandemic in our county, and provide direction to staff or adopt orders as necessary. So I'm going to ask County Counsel Miles to kick us off this morning, please.
Thank you, Chair. Board. Yesterday, I circulated a memo to revisit the relationship between the governor's orders, the authority of the Board of Supervisors, and the role of the public health officer. And I think that it's especially timely when you look around the state and around the nation at communities that are trying to reopen businesses and the things that we're seeing within our own state with some counties who are asking the governor, we want to, diverge from your general order. We want, specific relief so that we can open up. And then on the other hand, you have some counties who have taken action, although their action is questionable. So I'm sure that in that venue, that you may get questions again from your constituents and the people that you come into contact with about the role of the board and why the board just can't disregard the governor's orders and take action to open up. So counties are a creation of the state and of the state legislature. And the counties are directed to and may make and enforce within their limits all ordinances and regulations that don't conflict with general laws. General laws are the laws that apply statewide and deal with matters of statewide concern, and public health is one of those that has been determined to be and declared to be a statewide concern. So that would be public health laws are general laws. The governor's orders and the orders of the state public health officer have the same effect as state laws and are treated as state laws. And so a local order, ordinance, or regulation or public health order that would conflict with the governor's order or with a state law is statutorily void. So it has no effect. An example of this, I think, is the recent order that was put out last week by Sutter and Yuba County, purporting to open up businesses, telling them that they could open up, but then adding a caveat that, oh, by the way, but you still have to abide by the state's order, and if you do open up, you should go consult with your attorney. It's sort of a mixed bag, because on one hand, they're saying, well, you can open up, and to the extent that the order was advising businesses that they could open up, that does conflict with the state's order, and in that vein, it would be. Now, it carries the additional caveats that they still had to abide by the governor's general order and the orders of the state public health officer. So it's a little bit of a gray area, but that's the type of situation, though, where you would find an order that would be. Similarly, I think that you saw this down in Orange County when they started opening up some of the beaches. And the governor went back and said, no, we're going to close those beaches. So those types of actions, while the board has a lot of authority, you can't adopt ordinances or issue orders that conflict with the governor's orders. So another question that you've probably heard before and may still hear is, well, why is it that you simply can't tell the public health officer what to do? You've appointed her. She works for the county. You're the Board of Supervisors. Why is it that you can't tell her what to do? So health officers are authorized to take actions for contagions, infections, communicable diseases, and may take measures as deemed necessary to prevent the spread of those diseases under the Health and Safety Code. The board is required under the government code to supervise the conduct of officials like the public health officer and see that they, quote unquote, faithfully perform their duties. So then the question is, well, what are those duties? Well, when you refer back to those duties that are set out in statute that control or direct what the public health officer is supposed to do. This does not give the board the authority, though, to direct how the public health officer executes her duties. The board is, as I said, a creature of state statute and the state constitution, and therefore has the authority to do any of those acts to carry out the statutes and the constitutions. But the board doesn't have the authority to carry out the statutory duties of any of the statutory officers, whether it's the auditor controller and how the auditor exercises his discretion to carry out his function, or any of the other department heads and statutory officers. Your responsibility is to hold us accountable to carry out our duties faithfully. The additional layer, though, that comes in with the public health officer is that statutorily, the state public health officer in normal times acts as an advisor to the local public health officer. But when an emergency situation exists like this, the state public health officer controls and regulates the actions of the local public health officer. And so you have that influence from the state directing the actions for the state public health or for the local public health officer. So both the board and the public health department have that obligation to protect the public health, but when the health is menaced, you have that layer for the state public health officer intervening there and directing the actions of the local public health officer. Additionally, there's some authority for a failure of the public health officer to carry out the statutory duties or to follow the directives of the state public health officer can jeopardize state funds to support their operations. So what you end up with is a situation where, as we've discussed on a number of different occasions, that the board has, the governor has issued its order, which is applicable statewide. The county has a similar order. The county's orders can be more restrictive than the state's, but we can't be more lenient. That's that concept of that you can't be in conflict with general law. And then the relationship between the board and the public health officer. The public health officer statutorily has a responsibility to carry out those orders of the state public health officer. That was what I was laying out in the memo. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions. First, and we are getting many questions, and you've seen things in the news. What's the constitutionality of the governor's actions in the state as it might be challenged? And that's outside of course, this body. But have you looked into that argument that's being made throughout the state and perhaps even the country?
Yes, there's a number of court decisions so far in our state that uphold the constitutionality of the governor's decision.
Okay. I have a couple of things that were sent to me. One of them is the proclamation. The first attachment that I have, first item I have, is what was sent by, here we are, right here. We've got the Executive Department, State of California, the proclamation of state of emergency. And if you went to page 2, I'm sorry, go to page, what looks to be 2, 3, page 4, number 7 says there's a 30-day time period in Health and Safety Code section 101080 within which a local governing authority must renew a local health emergency. Is hereby waived for the duration of the statewide emergency. Any such local health emergency will remain in effect until each local governing authority terminates its respective health emergency. So what flexibility do we have, what discretion do we have to terminate any such emergency declaration?
So and I don't have that document in front of me.
This was signed by Gavin Newsom. It's the March, is fixed on the 4th day of March 2020. So I guess it's one of his original proclamations.
Correct.
Executive
and that
order.
Cites to So what the reference there to Health and Safety Code Section 101080, generally what that code section requires is that during the declaration of a local health emergency, every 30 days, the board has to renew that declaration. And what the governor's order did was eliminate that requirement for renewing that order every 30 days.
So the governor negated then 101080?
He negated the portion of 101080 that required the board to renew the renew the declaration of the local health emergency.
Where do you see, for definition and clarity, where do you see where negating or waiving the right for a local, for the local jurisdiction and local authorities?
As I said, I don't have that order in front of me. I'm going off of my recollection of having read it when it was published, and I'm looking at Health and Safety Code 101080.
I'm looking at 101080. It says, whenever a local health emergency is declared by local health officers pursuant to this section, the local health emergency shall not remain in effect for a period in excess of 7 days unless it has been ratified by the Board of Supervisors or City Council, whichever is applicable to the jurisdiction. It further states, the Board of Supervisors or City Council, if applicable, shall review at least every 30 days until the local health emergency is terminated, the need for continuing the local health emergency, and shall proclaim the termination of the local health emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant the termination. But I'm not seeing, and you may have it, and you may be much more privy, but I don't, and maybe it's in another document that this is no longer valid, 101080.
I don't believe that the governor's order said that 101080 was not valid. The governor's order relieved boards of the requirement of revisiting the declaration every 30 days.
Okay, got it. So then we could, on our own, review this and maybe proclaim that San Joaquin County wants to opt out of this emergency declaration?
Well, you could, but you still have the public health officer's order that's in place, and the ability to declare, it says, the last line of that statute says, the need for continuing the local health emergency, and shall proclaim the termination at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant the termination. So you have to get into an analysis of whether or not the conditions warrant terminating that local health emergency.
Well, I know that when we initially addressed the COVID concerns, I don't know that it was ever to be adopted. We did a 2-week, which became 2-week, which became, now we're into going into month 3. It wasn't until it was done so that we didn't have an overwhelmed medical system for capacities to serve those that were going to be most at risk and in need. In fact, we've got our declaration of local health emergency, which references Health and Safety Code 101080, and it says the last two provisions on the bottom, it says, whereas The San Joaquin County Public Health Services will use all preventative measures which requires access to available services, personnel, equipment, and facilities to respond to COVID-19, which we clearly have done. It further states, whereas this declaration enables the county to more effectively respond to the outbreak, seek and utilize mutual aid, potentially obtain reimbursement, and ensure that the county's public health professionals and providers have all the necessary personal protective equipment to provide quality care and keep our community safe. I would venture to say we've done that, and I'm sure there's needs for more masks or such, but what we don't have is an overwhelmed and an excessive need at our hospitals that has been unmet. So I think that we've, and to the governor's credit and to the credit of the citizens in this community and all actions needed, we are grateful that the citizens have stepped up, and we did the stay at home for 2 weeks and more 2 weeks and more 2 weeks. I'm troubled by the vagueness of the governor's directives. Yesterday at a press conference, and the week before he had a press conference, and it's always he's coming up with more information soon and more information soon. So we're all going to wait with bated breath for this coming Thursday when he's going to release information that I don't know why it wasn't shared yesterday. But that's, maybe he's basing it on evolving information and protocols. But in the meantime, we've got businesses absolutely struggling, not only to survive, but people. And this is an undue hardship. If we've met our demand and requirement to make sure that we've got capacity in our hospitals, and much to the credit of everybody in the departments that have done so and stepped up, and people throughout the community, and the sacrifices made and the stay-at-home orders that were followed, we've flattened the curve, and we've mitigated this emergency of overwhelming the medical system. We're now getting to a point where we're damaging the economy beyond repair. We have massive amounts of unemployment. We have detriment happening through personal families. We've got hardships that are unfolding before us. And I believe that we, and the rest of the boards feel free to share their thoughts, but I believe that we need to start taking ownership of what's happening in San Joaquin County and whatever possible authority we can have. And the governor did mention that he might allow some counties to have some flexibility to control what's happening in their region based on certain parameters being met. But I think this bar keeps getting moved. When we're talking about testing and tracking and isolating, what do you mean we're going to start quarantining people that might be in a room that somebody is positive but asymptomatic? This is going to be a never-ending pursuit and isolation, because you can finish your 14-day quarantine, and maybe Dr. Park can share more about what this looks like, but as people are talking to me about it, it's like, okay, you finish your 14-day quarantine, as we all have done repetitively for the last 2+ months, but then you might be somewhere else, and somebody else may be asymptomatic, but tested positive, so therefore you have to quarantine again, and then you have to quarantine again, and quarantine. Businesses will never open. So what can we do? And it's a question. What can we do constructively that helps our local economy, helps our jobs, and helps the people, the citizens of this county that are relying on the board, our medical director, relying on all of us to get them through this extreme hardship that's being imposed?
I agree with 100% of what you said. I find that the governor's orders and that there appears a disconnect between the pronouncements that he makes every afternoon and the order and a disconnect that appears at the state level of the impact that it's having on the economy at the local level. And I think they're beginning to see that, and I think that that's what we heard some yesterday. And if you read the governor's emergency or executive order that was issued yesterday that begins to address that, like you, I am often frustrated after the governor's speech, because I'm expecting, or the latest executive order, because I'm looking for some clear guidance on what's permissible or what those next steps are, and often it's not there. I believe that the direction that is coming out clearly there's the ability, beginning on Friday, and unfortunately, as you noted, we're not going to see the guidelines until Thursday, which makes it very difficult for businesses to plan their operations. But at least some portion of retail is supposed to be able to resume operations come Friday. The governor also mentioned, though, as you stated, that ability to address things on a local basis. And there's some criteria that have to be met there. So to your question about is it, what can we do to help to take responsibility and to take charge? I think that the answer, and I have no idea what those criteria are, but it's doing whatever the county can do to assist, public health department to ensure that we can meet those criteria, so that we can certify that to the state, so that we can develop the plan. That was the additional requirement. You attest to the state that you're meeting this criteria. You have a plan in place. You have monitoring as part of that plan, and that you have a plan. The plan also includes an element of, if you have a spike or if you see cases increasing, how you're going to adjust to address that. And so I think it's giving, to your question about what can be done, is giving the support necessary to public health so that they can make that attestation. I believe that Director Cunningham is working on that plan. She's begun a preliminary document on that front. And pulling all of those elements together so that as quickly as possible that information can get sent up to the state and we can take those additional steps.
Understood. I appreciate that. Is there any, for lack of a better term, any wiggle room here? I mean, one thing to point at, Governor Newsom mentioned Orange County and the beaches, and the sheriff in Orange County said, well, we're not going to be enforcing that one. So I think that was a little bit of a easily addressed when he says that, effective Friday, the beaches in Orange County are going to be closed, and the sheriff came out with a statement within a short period of time, says, well, we're not going to be enforcing that. And so I don't know how the governors and how we would expect to, if a business is opening up and wanting to do it. I mean, what's confusing for me is how right now, if somebody needs a lamp, you can walk into Target with dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds of people going through there within the hours and buy a lamp. But you can't go to a mom and pop shop on Main Street, California, and buy a lamp. If it requires, and there's the public comments, we had somebody with a very selective hearing that unfortunately wants to target me, but I have said to Dr. Park and pointed out that, if it's just a matter of wearing masks, let's embrace that. Pretty much everywhere I'm going now, I'm seeing people wearing masks. So while somebody that in public comment wants to note that I'm in favor of opening up all businesses and somewhat indicating that I'd be reckless about it, that's once again another false narrative about me imposed by people that might have an agenda. But I support Dr. Park in if we need to take initiatives to, as I've mentioned to her in the past, and embrace face masks in order for businesses to open so somebody can get their hair cut. Lord knows I didn't do well on my own. So we need services to open up and businesses, and everybody at every level is crying for help. And I believe they're turning body and again, Dr. Park and the decisions we make. And so how can we facilitate that since the governor's directions are so vague that we don't know what's going to happen Thursday or Friday and the parameters, and it's going on and on. Every day is detrimental to somebody's survival if they're going to make their mortgage payment, if they're going to feed their children, whatever they're going to take care of it just to sustain their life and their well-being. So you hear about the suicide hotline calls are up 300% in some regions of the country, and that's going to be a spillover effect throughout all of our communities if we're not taking measurable action. So again, I'll just ask you, based on some of the information that I read, what flexibility or what wiggle room do we have to opt out of this emergency declaration and take local control of our local economy?
Okay, and then we'll hear from some of the other supervisors as well. I have some other questions.
Even if you opt out, even if Dr. Park was to rescind her local health order, even if OES was to rescind their order of a local emergency. You still have that overlying requirement from the state. The county's orders are not more restrictive than the state's orders. And so I think what you end up with, if you withdraw the local effort, the local orders, is that you create space where two things are going to happen. I think much like you saw in some of the northern counties where businesses begin to start operating, they create risk and potential liability for themselves from some of the state licensing bureaus. And the discussions that I've had with the state and with representatives from the Department of Justice, they've clearly said, we are looking to the locals to enforce the state's order. So whether you have a local order or not, they're still looking to the locals to enforce the state's order. The amount of resources that a county or a city wants to put forward on that, some cities within our own county, some cities are more aggressive in enforcing the local and the state order than other cities are. And so there are some actions that you can take on that enforcement side, but the expectation from the state is that the counties are responsible for enforcing those orders.
Supervisor Elliott? Oh, all right. Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your legal analysis, Mark, in regards to what's happening. Let me see if I understand, though, because I read the Orange County ordinance, and I've also looked at the chair of the supervisors' press conferences and her comments, and I've also read the Yuba Sutter County health order. As I read those, what I see is that what they've done is they have prepared what they believe are going to be the guidelines or the requirements at some point in time when the governor allows more latitude in regards to defining, how businesses will operate. Because both of them say that the Orange County simply says the guidelines. They didn't say they were opening, and they didn't. They just said, this is what we propose that businesses will have to abide by when we do get that green light. And the same with Yuba County, Yuba Sutter actually, both counties, is that right there, right below the heading, they have in red letters that you still have to abide by the governor's dictate, which is overriding for all of us. Whether we have a county ordinance or health order or not makes no difference. The state still is a requirement to be adopted. I guess my question in regards to preparation, which I think that's what Supervisor Patty is alluding to, is that, for example, since the last meeting, I've asked the three mayors in my district to come together, and we have gathered through businesses, et cetera, a list of recommendations or requests from different businesses, from florists to restaurants to car dealers to, whatever happens to be, from a whole host of them. And I've got those. And this week we plan on putting those together into, I like a better term, District 4, because we do have the lowest rate amongst the 5 districts. And the reason I bring that up is because, as Supervisor Patty talks about, on Thursday, the governor, or Friday, the guidelines will come out on Thursday, he'll come out on Friday, et cetera. I would at least like to have something that we can compare against what the guidelines will be. So we have to make modifications, but my hope is based upon the governor's announcement on Friday and our Tuesday meeting that based upon whatever we have available as a county body in our cities, that we can propose that this is what we will adopt to modify our health order as soon as we get the go-ahead to be flexible or to provide, modifications, so to speak, that would fit our county as opposed to others. So I think we do have the capacity, and I think we can be ready, and I think that's what most businesses want is they just want some clarification is, what do I have to do? I mean, we have to have PPE, we have to be taking temperatures. I mean, all those things taken into consideration. And I think that gives them an outlet to, as Supervisor Patty talks about, an outlet to express their concerns about the direction we're going to head. So that's kind of my game plan, at least in my district, and we should have something together. At least maybe we can share with Director Cunningham. I think she's working on something similar. But these are from businesses within my district who obviously, as the other districts, have a vested interest in their future. The other part in regards to the, lack of a better term, going rogue, you touched upon it. I read an article that was covering the RCRC, Rural Counties Representing California, which are about 38 counties. And they talked about, some of these counties that are kind of taking a different tact, albeit they're not, I don't think, violating the state order. I think they're giving some additional information. But it is mentioned in there, and you touched upon it also, is, for example, I mean, we can be as civil disobedient as we want. However, what are we all doing on a daily basis? We're filling an activity log, and why are we doing that? So we can get reimbursement. So the question arises, then the governor or one of his agency secretary can say, well, San Joaquin County, they flew off the reservation, therefore they're not complying, therefore they're not getting a reimbursement, or they're cutting it back. I mean, let's face it. I mean, we all have somebody we're accountable to, and unfortunately in this situation, we're kind of stuck with the state, and that's the way it is. And I'd love to change it, and I agree with Supervisor Patty. I think we ought to be able to be able to work with our own residents to make sure that they go back to work and those types of things. So anyway, so I guess my question to you is, are we going to be able, in whatever Director Cunningham and I think Supervisor Patty has something on the agenda, but are we going to be able to come up with something? For example, my plan is this week with a list of guidelines for businesses that we can hold, so to speak, and certainly talk about next Tuesday as far as how we're going to implement it based upon the governor's direction. And having said that, we're not talking about implementation and opening. We're talking about, this is the plan. This is how we're going to do this. So businesses, as I saw, for example, in Georgia, a barber who had like 12 barbers in his shop, he was caught flat-footed. He didn't have the equipment necessary to open. And that's, I think, the problem that businesses have is, what do I have to do? Am I going to have to get, these touchless thermometers? Am I going to have the cameras that take temperatures? Am I going to have to take temperatures at all? Am I going to have to do the 6 feet? Am I going to have plexiglass? All these things that have been talked about. I think businesses just want some assurance that this is what I got to do. Just tell me, and I'll do it, because they have to get back to business or they're not going to open. And I think that's the real challenge for us, is to provide them with that direction. And I think we're doing it probably on several fronts through the county departments and board.
Through the chair, to respond to your question, I have received also a number of very, very thoughtful, very complete and thorough protocols from a variety of industries, who are, as the board has spoken about, ready to reopen, and they're, as soon as the governor gives the green light or somebody gives the green light, they're ready to go. Certainly the board can do, as Orange County did, which was come up with a list of, I think it was 5 or 7 recommendations of, these are, when things open back up, these are our expectations. And so certainly the board can come up with a list of its expectations. Whether or not that will be overruled by state, the state may have more stringent expectation. We don't know that, and that's one of the unfortunate things about the state withholding this information for the openings later this week, is we don't know what requirements the businesses are going to have to comply with so that they can open up on Friday. That's unfortunate, but yes, certainly the county can come up with its list of these are what our expectations are. And one of them that I would suggest in any set that the county comes up with is a reference to if your industry group, fill in the blank, has a more stringent or has a more complete criteria that's not in conflict with these, that you apply that more specific industry group criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you. I was on a call yesterday. Track of the day. Yes, it was yesterday. Okay, involving CSAC Board of Directors and discussing with some members of the Governor's Office and Public Health Office at the state level. And what we got out of that was, or at least what I got out of it was, yes, things are still a little bit fuzzy. We're waiting for this guidance to come out Thursday on how the governor is going to implement the first stage of the relaxation of the stay-at-home policy and allow some businesses to start operating. But what they focused on primarily was that in order to allow businesses to come into operation again, we would need to have the attestation from our local public health officer that a certain set of criteria had been met, and I guess we're waiting to see what those are on Thursday. And then from the Board of Supervisors, they needed some type of implementation plan, but they communicated that there was no expectation right now that those would be subject to state approval. As long as we had the attestation that we were meeting these criteria and we had an implementation plan, then those would be submitted and they would be posted, and that would be the conditions under which we would operate. So I think our challenge really is to come up with that implementation plan, whether we want it to be a one-page plan like Orange County did, or whether we can incorporate by reference, as County Council mentioned, some of the other industry protocols, or whether we want to get a city-by-city list. We just need to come up with that implementation plan. So I'm not sure where we are with that. Through the chair, may we ask Director Cunningham?
We're going to hear about that following.
Okay. All right.
Portion. I share everyone up here's frustration with the lack of clarity that we've been receiving from the state. I especially appreciate how that has complicated the legal picture and also the ability of our public health officer and our business communities to respond to this. I agree that we need to have an implementation plan as soon as possible. I've also been in numerous discussions with our public health officer discussing the frustration from public health officials all over the state that at the state level they continue to focus on this definition of what is an essential business versus non-essential. The reality is every business is essential in some fashion or they wouldn't be in business. And so it's more productive to focus on what can businesses do, what sort of protocols can be adopted across the board, and focus our implementation plan on those safety protocols to keep the public and the businesses safe. It also will make it much easier for us to track going forward if we do see an uptick in cases, to be able to ratchet it down a bit without picking on specific businesses. So, for example, if we say certain businesses, that our businesses can operate if they have multiple clients or customers in at a time at 50% capacity, and we see an uptick in cases, it's very easy to ratchet that down to 30%, as opposed to saying, okay, we're going to reclose these particular businesses. I agree. I don't think that's fair to businesses. I think it's legally much more difficult to defend. And I agree with Supervisor Wynn. Our businesses need to know that this is the safety protocol. You're going to be expected, whether it's everybody's going to wear a mask out in public, whether it's plexiglass in between all cashiers and all members of the public, whatever it is that we come up with. I think our businesses do want to know. They want to be ready so that as soon as we get some guidance from the state, we can go ahead. I also think that locally, I don't see the state enforcing this stuff. And I think if our local public health officer has an implementation plan that she believes is defensible based on our local numbers and is science-based, medically based, and data-driven, then I believe we should be able to begin implementing it carefully and with the goal that perhaps we have the ability then to loosen it up a little bit going forward and keeping pace with the state. But I've asked Marcia Cunningham because she is involved right now in coming up with an implementation plan and protocols. She reported this out on some of the OES calls in the morning. The cities have indicated that they would prefer to have a coordinated effort countywide on this. And Ms. Cunningham has asked for all of them, I'm going to ask you to come on down, has asked them to submit if they are also meeting with local groups, local businesses, local chambers, local industries, whoever it is, to provide that information so that she can incorporate it into development. I agree. I think it's something we need to move quickly on. So I think we would all like to hear where you're at in that process and where you anticipate going forward.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Council, CAO Nino, excuse me. Marcia Cunningham, the Director of General Services and also Emergency Services. And yesterday, with the assistance of Shelley Lima and Tiffany Heyer, we put together the first draft of what would be our roadmap to recovery for San Joaquin County, including Stage 2, based on some of the things the governor talked about yesterday. We really broke Stage 2 into 3 phases. And I can say, as we sat in this meeting today, though, there was another call with them defining further exactly what Supervisor Elliott spoke to, the variances and what we need to do to be so-called. They're calling it certified. And again, I think they just want to know that there's a plan and certain things are in place, mainly that we're able to respond to continuing to the testing, which we opened another test site yesterday in Lodi. And the tracing is a critical piece of what they want you to be able to do. So this initial plan, it goes forward into what businesses would be included potentially in Stage 3, all the way to the full opening of Stage 4. It's been shared out with several people. I got Dr. Park's agreement for us to proceed with this. It's been shared out with several that I'm waiting for feedback on. I'd like to share it out with the cities prior to our Wednesday meeting because, yes, all the cities have been asking, and I think it's important that we do have a good, well-planned out, thoughtful roadmap to what we need to do, what are the protocols that need to be kept in place as we move forward, and if for some reason we need to pull back a little bit, it'll be easy to do that as well. And I think that's what most of us hear also from the public. What's next? When can we? Maybe we can develop through social media, through Chamber of Commerce. What do I need to do to reopen and just start kind of a checklist for them, get that moving. Again, I think it's that they're looking for something to hold on to move forward with. And as fast as things change, I think they're only going to start to change faster in the moving forward perspective. So with this roadmap and us being planned out, and I have no problem sharing it with the board as well so you can see what's going to get shared with the cities. And then tomorrow we have our MAC call. We can take feedback from them as far as what additional input they have, and move from there. I see no reason why by Tuesday we couldn't have at least, a thought out plan with here's what your requirements are as a business. Again, knowing that it's a document in motion. What we say today could change tomorrow, and hopefully it continues to be that we move forward. I guess that's the good news story. We're done with stage one. The governor's message was we're moving into stage two. How do we do that? And stage three, again, it's that dimmer switch, right? You're not flipping the switch, but it's the dimmer. But I think stage three continues. We do this week, but be prepared for that, and everybody's ready to right away move on it, and everyone knows what's coming. I think that will be very helpful. So that's where we're at. So I think that's what most of you are asking for as well. Let's get a plan. Let's have a process, and start moving and be ready to move as soon as we're on that conference call and the governor says we can start doing A, B, and C. We're there. We know the businesses know what they need to do to make that happen.
Perfect. Thank you. Questions for Ms. Cunningham? Supervisor Wynn.
I would appreciate seeing your draft and marry that up with what I have. One of the things that I was interested in was the Yuba Center. They based their health order on the Johns Hopkins study, and I don't know if you've read that or not, which talks about the low, medium, and high risk in regards to duration and frequency, which is interesting because they have a long list of different businesses, et cetera, and schools and parks and the whole list of most of the things you deal with on a daily basis. But it was interesting because when they got into the medium, which were the ones that they would open in the first stage, hairstylists, barbershops were included, and what they said was they considered a duration, or at least a spot duration, was anything less than 30 minutes. And then based upon the stylist having one customer at a time, no waiting, nobody sitting around, etc., and obviously both the customer and the stylist or barber, whatever, wearing masks and protective equipment and all the sterilization, which I'm sure you and Shelley are familiar with. They made the argument that that's probably not as risky or hazardous as has been portrayed because of the close contact. And they also talked about that most of the I guess the more prevalent contagions are usually in a household or even a business where there's constant interaction between people. And so they felt that just people coming in and going out and that infrequency didn't raise the risk to a high, which would have been the next step. So I guess my question would be is because we've talked about this essential, non-essential, picking winners and losers, and the fact that some businesses like veterinarians can go out and pick up a dog and take it in, whereas a dog groomer can't. I just think it's a more rational approach in regards to doing the actual activities, location, et cetera, and not basing it upon a particular profession. And I would at least like us to consider that particular option because it's more objective than subjective. It's just based upon numbers and times and those things. And I think business would appreciate that, and I think they'd be more understanding, knowing that for whatever reason, because of their score, they fell in high risk. But really, the only high risk ones were like concerts and those large gatherings. So I thought it was pretty comprehensive, and I don't want to go into Sweden and all those other things. I know you're all familiar with that, but I do think that we have an opportunity to be a little more are a little less risk averse and a little more progressive on this, because I think that as Supervisor Patty talks about, I think that the public or the residents would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Good advice.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. And also, now pending what we hear from the governor on Thursday as to what types of attestations, what type of plan will be necessary to submit, even though it isn't required to be approved. I think we should move our timeline up just a little bit so that we're prepared to, as a board, perhaps we need to call a special meeting to approve our implementation plan as early as Friday, if that's the day that we're supposed to reopen, or even Thursday if necessary. But I appreciate what you're doing here to, especially at tomorrow's meeting with our grouping of all the cities that will be available, to collect that information, put together this draft plan, so that we can have something to act on, so that businesses will have a foundation that they know that if we comply with this, we can open, as long as they fit in the categories of the attestation. So I think we're headed in the right direction with that. I just would suggest to our board members here that we be prepared to have a special meeting before this grand opening that's supposed to take place, so that we can make sure all our ducks in a row and our businesses can open appropriately.
I would just want to ask County Council real quickly in terms of a special meeting, because we have noticing requirements, would it be advisable to schedule a special meeting for Friday with this single item? Because I know it can be pulled with much, or canceled with less notice, but there is a requirement to have it posted in advance.
Through the chair. So my understanding of the approach that's been announced by the governor is that on Friday, a certain category of businesses will be able to open for resume operations without the county doing taking any additional action. My understanding is that the state is going to publish some guidelines that will address those businesses. The action that's required that Supervisor Elliott is speaking of is part of that program to move ahead of the governor and to open up more types of businesses. And that requires the attestation by the public health officer, the complete plan for monitoring and how you're going to control all of that. I don't know if Dr. Park and Public Health has received information regarding those elements or from the state. I have not seen anything other than what was in the governor's order yesterday, his executive order. I don't know that a Friday, I don't know that we'll be in a place by Friday in order to move forward with that next step.
Okay,
but perhaps at the end of the COVID presentation this morning, or yes, still this morning, we'll have a better idea about where we stand and whether or not a Friday meeting is.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, you have some questions?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. For Ms. Cunningham, questions. I know that we've addressed a couple things that may or may not be on the governor's next list for the early stage of phase 2. I think he's kind of layering it. There are boat ramps open up and around. I know I've sent you some information. I don't know that we need to wait for the governor and then another week to take action. We've got people that own boats that want to access our local ramps. They may not have the luxury of affording to use their boat, put their boat in a marina. So there are some people that can afford a marina that are out boating. Some people that cannot afford a marina have an undue hardship not having access to the ramps. What are we doing about that sooner than what the governor and this big plan would encompass?
So we talked about that at the last board meeting.
Yes.
So from a county boat ramp, we know parks are opening May 15th. So that would be our 3 park areas, Stillman McGee, Dos Rios, and Mossdale, where we have boat ramps. And we've shared our protocol with both legal and Dr. Park already at this time. And then we, I believe, Mark, one of your council is working on marinas and other boat ramps, but that's something that we've already talked about could go in the order, was my understanding.
Yes, we've looked at how the surrounding, it is, as the governor keeps speaking of addressing things on a regional basis, I've pulled the orders from Yolo, Contra Costa, Sacramento to review how they have addressed marinas and where marinas fit within their orders, and that is something that we are reviewing. We're also reviewing, based on the governor's executive order yesterday and his announcement about whatever it is that's going to come out on Thursday, the likelihood that we will have to revise our local order so that it stays in line with the governor's directions.
Yesterday, County Council, yesterday when listening to the governor, he mentioned that there were 20-something state parks open. So it isn't as if all parks are closed, but it does seem to be regional and somewhat discretionary. So again, why prolong it if the nice weather's here and people want to go boating, whether it's fishing or recreating with their family? Why would we hold out and go longer?
Because we need to pull back staff that haven't been here. Mm-hmm. Our fee collectors haven't been working, so we have to get them back to work. And also we need to disinfect. So we're bringing in also some additional washing stations. So mainly it's the staff and to be able to have the parks prepared so that they're safe.
Okay, I'm also referencing boat ramps. Like why we've got big rocks and boulders and closed access for some of the ramps that are around the county.
Again, we have staff that we have to pull back that haven't been working. So the 18th was as soon as the park administrator could make that happen.
Okay. Then I guess we'll have to have people waiting. And as I know I shared some other emails with you regarding other sectors. Are we addressing those as well? Are they all in is in your upcoming plan? And when could I maybe see that?
In sectors, could you be specific? I'm not sure what you're asking.
I sent you several.
It's pretty explicit, these lists. I think it probably would be best for me to share this.
Okay.
And if you see something missing and you think it belongs in a certain stage, just share that back and we'll add it there based on everyone's feedback. And at some point we'll have to have a consensus on this, right? By no means am I the driving force to say this is what we're doing. It was a starting point for us to add to. So when you see the list, if you think something's missing or something needs to be discussed, I think that would probably be the best way to handle it.
Excellent. Appreciate it. And that'll be sent today?
Yes. Right after this meeting, I will send it to you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
I also like the county council's idea of being able to add in some language that if your industry has more comprehensive protocols, those should be adopted. You should follow your industry's protocols. Anyone else? Questions for Ms. Cunningham?
Just I think, Mark, I think I read where Ventura has a boating allowance. Ventura's health order.
I'll look for that one.
Ventura County, so you might want to look at there.
I'd like to make one more comment. When we were talking about the orders and our proclamation and stopping them, I would recommend very highly we don't do that. We have a lot of funding right now that is tied in with us continuing to be part of this emergency, part of our emergency proclamation. It's making money and funds available to us as well as the public health emergency. So I just think we want to be careful. As soon as we stop, we're off the list probably from a mutual aid perspective, what we would be in line for supplies and so forth. So I just think we want to be very strategic in that manner as well.
I agree, and that was actually going to be my final question was there's a lot of negatives involved in that. We've learned that in other emergencies,
right?
Floods, fires, things like that. And so the reality is just because we don't have the local declarations in place, our responsibility as the county still continues to help coordinate all of these efforts, correct?
Right, and the other agencies as well.
Right, so we would have to be doing the work, but we would not be eligible for the reimbursement, so.
Right, and the governor was being thoughtful so that every 30 days we didn't have to bring a board item. It was more efficient and effective to do that. If you remember with the drought, I think it was like 18 months. Every 30 days we had to bring that item back. And so I think through legislation there's been a lot of feedback that that's very time consuming and not real effective when you're in the middle of dealing with events. So I think
Right.
it was just a thoughtful piece so that we didn't have to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. We're all going to look forward to seeing the draft this afternoon. And hopefully, after the input from our various cities, we're going to be looking for that to come back to us by next Tuesday. So that's a tight timeline. And but I think all of us, I hope what you took away is that all of us are very much in support of getting that plan approved as soon as possible.
You'll have it next Tuesday.
Great, thank you so much. Next, I'm going to ask Dan Birch to come down. Got some information that he would like to present to the board.
Bad timing. I just had to change the batteries in my hearing aids.
Oh.
So, thank you, Chair, members of the board. I wanted to take the opportunity to actually ask the board and get your direction on a strategy and where you would like to go. Obviously, this has been an evolving situation. As we just talked about, we're entering in a new phase where we're trying to reopen our economies and get people back to work and kind of move strategies. In the early days, we had to build up the capacity for our hospitals and our EMS system and others to be able to respond to the emergency. As we've talked earlier today, we've achieved that particular goal both locally and I think statewide, as the governor has pointed out. And so we can now move into recovery and reopening. One of those areas that has been of concern for us locally and as a statewide issue is the resiliency of the long-term care facilities within our community. What we have done end of last week and beginning this week is we kept trying to get ahead of our planning. Originally it was surge planning and then it was crisis plans. As we give direction to the pre-hospital care system, which at a minimum which we needed to do, to be able to address if they had a unplanned crisis event at a staffing facility that went through the 911 system. And essentially we've given the direction to the EMS providers, taking care of patients with immediate life-threatening needs is obviously the number one priority. But then we also give direction on being able to stay in place to make sure that the people that do not need to be required to go to a hospital receive adequate care, and that they engage the administration of those facilities and then bring in the EMS agency duty officer to help coordinate what the next steps are going to be for helping that facility if they have an unplanned crisis staffing event, whether it's caused by a staff calling out sick because they've actually are not able to come in or from whatever the factors may be. There's a lot of work going into both the state and the local on helping to coordinate with those resources with those particular facilities so they're geared up and they're ready to go. As the event has moved on, our agency has had to respond to a couple of crisis staffing events. We've been able to resolve those and just communicating and talking with the facilities and coming up with strategies for them to identify additional staff or changing their staffing patterns to meet their needs so they did not have a crisis staffing event. What we do know from the state, though, is they're not going to be able to help staff a facility and access state resources for probably 72 hours or longer. They're going to rely on the local EMS agencies, the local public health departments to bridge that gap. But the only resource we really have to do that in an immediate, unplanned sort of event is on-duty EMS resources. And our goal is to just utilize those resources in the initial phases so when we can replace them. The question is, how do we replace them? And so one of the things that we've been talking with some of our private ambulance providers, especially AMR, where they've done this in Yolo County and others, is entering into contracts to provide emergency staffing to help bridge that gap. So one of the questions I have for the board is, for us as an EMS agency, do you want us pursuing those options, which will put the county essentially on financially on the hook for those facilities if those facilities cannot manage without that additional assistance from ourselves? Whether or not we could be reimbursed through FEMA by the facilities themselves, which technically are responsible for that, would have to be kind of done after the fact. The question is, on the planning side, do we want to build that resiliency into our system? And I didn't want to go down that pathway without bringing it to the board and having a conversation with the board on whether or not you wanted to do that. Ultimately, at a county level, we have no oversight of skilled nursing facilities. We have no oversight of assisted living facilities. Those belong to state licensing agencies. But those licensing agencies and the governor have asked the counties to step in and solve this particular problem if it does occur. So that's why I wanted to bring this issue to the board and ask them what's the board's direction on this and get your feedback.
Thank you. Input from the board? Supervisor Wynn?
My main concern is these type of facilities, as I understand it, are probably most susceptible, possibly for either contagion or death. Is that correct?
That would be correct. One of the concerns for the governor when you look at the priority for being able to reopen is that we can adequately provide for these services at these facilities.
Well, I hate to use other states, especially New York or whatever, but from what I've read or heard or whatever, there's been a lot of concern over time in regards to the proper equipment, PPE, the expertise or skills of those who are in these facilities as far as being able to cope with the pandemic. My question would be in this, and I don't know whether you would answer this question, but but it goes with staffing. We talked about the surge, the not overwhelming our hospitals, our healthcare facilities in the beginning, and we did everything we could. And as you said, we met all the goals and surpassed them, certainly in this county and probably statewide. However, at the same time, and I don't know how this happened, we've killed our hospitals. I've talked to CEOs who are laying off, in the Lodi Sentinel, there's 50 they laid off at Lodi. I've talked to individuals in Stanislaus County, they've closed a floor. The emergency room, an entire shift, only had 15 patients, which usually is packed. And I guess the reason I bring this up is what are we doing, and I'll get back to your question in a second, but what are we doing in regards to making our hospitals whole, because we're killing them? And by virtue of laying off extremely skilled staff, and then on the other side with these nursing or long-term care facilities, I sometimes wonder, and I understand the state, certification, et cetera, but it would seem that at some point they would have somebody, and maybe they do, I don't know about them, but somebody at a professional level that was always there available to make sure that those patients or individuals that are being cared for have the access to immediate medical analysis or evaluation or care or treatment or whatever it happens to be. And so I guess my question is, when you talk about EMS, are you talking specifically about what type of staffing which would supplement this, which the county would be responsible for? What type of certification individuals are you referring to?
The easiest solution for us would be able to utilize paramedics and EMTs, which the governor has authorized us to do in non-traditional settings like a skilled nursing facility. We have engaged AMR on this question. They are interested in being able to provide that service, in part to prevent their own layoffs of their own employees as a potential revenue source for them as well, and to meet the need that the community might have. This is not being a staffing agency for a skilled nursing facility is not something that we normally would do or ever even pursue, which is one of the reasons why I'm asking the board for its direction on how they would like us to pursue this. Because essentially this is a state issue and it's a private provider issue. I mean, these agencies, the assisted living facilities and skilled nursing facilities, are privately run corporations. The question is, for me in our planning, and which is my next steps, is if I had a crisis staffing event today at a skilled nursing facility, the easiest thing for us to do is just to transport everybody to an acute care hospital, which essentially everybody has asked us not to do if we can prevent it. But that's what the EMS system does. The question is do we want to do something different? And that's kind of why I'm asking the board for direction on this particular issue.
My response would be very simple, is that we need to do the very best we can to protect those in those facilities. as I stated earlier, 100% of our deaths in this county are for age 50 and older. Obviously, 50% of them are age 65 and older. So I think as far as the issue, which I understand, the funding, et cetera, that's not an issue right now. The issue is maintaining the protection and the service level of those individuals. Down the road, we can talk about, how we can fund this through the county, through the state. I mean, frankly, the state is giving billions of dollars to homeless. It would seem to me they could carve out just a little bit to provide protection for the most vulnerable in this pandemic, at least at such time as we return to whatever normal is. So I would say, from my vantage point, I would simply say whatever it takes to make sure that those individuals are protected and can receive immediate treatment or care. That would be my option, whether it be paramedics or some other type of staff. So that's just my recommendation.
Supervisor Elliott, input for Mr. Birch?
Sure. So when you're asking for our guidance on whether to go down that path or not, how far down the path are you talking about going? I mean, it sounds like you've already made some initial contact with AMR in terms of would they be willing to help provide some people if staffing were necessary at these long-term care facilities. What additional steps did you envision here? If we've already floated the idea and they've said that they're willing to participate, how quickly could we generate that response if necessary?
Thank you, Supervisor Elliott. Our initial planning was just to see what resources we had available and gauge the interest. We also looked to our Disaster Healthcare Volunteers organization, which we do still maintain a registry, although the state has taken a lot of those same people into the Health Corps, which ultimately we would ask the state to come in and relieve if there was a long-term staffing crisis. We know from the event that first precipitated the planning for this was in Riverside, where a skilled nursing facility lost staffing and the ability to safely provide for their patients, which did lead to an evacuation because there was no plan in place for immediate response. So we started our planning based on that event. And so that's when we started opening up conversations with not just AMR, but with the other emergency ambulance providers in the system. We talked to each of the cities as well to gauge their interest in being able to do the immediate response with on-duty EMS resources and then transition out. So the question that I really have before you is do we bridge the gap between the initial on-duty EMS resources, if it's just a staffing event, to when the state could come take over, or the organization itself for the skilled nursing facility could bring in its own staff using registries and other resources. AMR currently has a contract in Yolo County where they went in and staffed a skilled nursing facility that lost its staffing. Using that as a scope of work, what I would do over the course of this week is essentially go through purchasing to create an emergency crisis staffing contract with AMR that then we could use to come in and replace those on-duty staff as quickly as possible. If the board gives me that direction, we can move on that a lot quicker and take it from a conceptual idea to a practical idea that we could put into effect with actual timelines. And we could actually then engage AMR on how fast could they stand up those resources to provide that care. We could look at, hopefully it would be augmenting current staff as long as the staff still has administration to run the facility. But we might go into, we had to provide, in order to bridge the gap, it might be making sure they have dietary services. It might be making sure they have environmental services. But really, each case would be dependent on engaging, and this is where the other question comes in, is how much involvement you want the EMS agency through its duty officers or other person to be the face of the county and engaging the administrations of these facilities in a crisis staffing event to determine exactly what resources do they need to safely care for their residents until they can either take it on their own or state resources can be accessed. And so that actually goes into the ability of the agency to be able to respond in a moment's notice, whether it's at 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, so we can engage those staff to treat for those vulnerable patients, make sure they're okay, transition those on-duty resources out as quickly as we possibly can, replace those on-duty resources with a a bridge solution until we can stabilize the event or stabilize the facility, either working with the administration or with other state resources, whether it be licensing resources or the Office of Emergency Services.
Well, I would think that it would be reasonable to at least establish those emergency action plans so that we could have something in place to take quick action if action were needed. So I would think that would be the minimum of what we would do. I'd be a little hesitant to go much beyond that, though, because we just don't have any indication right now that we're going to come into that kind of a situation where we would need to replace the entire staff of a skilled nursing facility.
I agree with you, Supervisor Elliott. And one of the things that we would do as part of our assessment is if the facility was completely unable to provide for their own services. And this happened, I hate to put a fine point, Hurricane Katrina, where there were facilities that abandoned their patients. If we were to find that sort of event, we wouldn't be trying to stand up that facility. We would be looking to transfer or evacuate that facility to take care of their patients. We wouldn't even attempt to try to take over that facility and make it run. That's beyond our capability and I think beyond our mission. However, if they still have a functioning staff and administration, but they're short and we can keep them solvent by coming in and helping them, that's the bridge that we're really looking at being able to do.
That would be my recommendation, would be to focus on those emergency plans that we think are reasonably likely or reasonably possible.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think for us to consider anything more than as Supervisor Elliott points out, is just having a plan. I think we need to have what that actually looks like. So you have a plan A or a plan B for us to consider. But I agree with Supervisor Elliott that it's good to have a plan of action if needed, but if you want anything more than that, I believe we need to have something more substantial to consider. Like, what would that look like, staff? What would that look like for you? What's actionable, and what are triggers that are defined, and what's the cost associated, if any?
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. In looking at kind of a staffing pattern concept that we talked about, based on the template for an ambulance strike team that the state was working on adopting, it never got formalized. But looking at the costs associated. For a paramedic and 5 EMTs, for example, to work as a team to go into a facility for a 24-hour period, we'd probably be looking at $6,500 to $7,000 for a base staffing that the county might be on the hook for. And that's really kind of the area that I'm looking at is I wouldn't want to expose the county to about $10,000 to $12,000 per day in responsive resources for no more than like a 72-hour period, to bridge the gap, to either make the decision that they can stand up on their own, or that we can bring in state resources, or we'll have to take the step of working with them to safely transfer their patients to a facility that can then care for them.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that information. Through the chair, Ms. Nino, our CAO, have you reviewed or considered or looked at budgetary implications or commitments that we need to set aside?
So what Mr. Birch is requesting would qualify for the CARES funds, the CARE Act funds, because it's very focused on the health emergency. And the only reason why EMS and Mr. Birch would be in this situation is as a result of COVID. So this is one of the top priority things that we could cover as part of that funding. So I have not seen the details, but I'm sitting here, of course, always thinking about the liability and risk that, us as staff are asking this board to consider and for feedback. Just something to think about in your guidance to Mr. Birch. Whether it's one of our largest healthcare provider because they insure some of the patients in a skilled nursing facility and they're wanting to implement some level of testing because possibly the patients aren't the ones that are bringing in the virus, because a lot of them have cut off public visitors, but maybe it's the employees. I would really encourage, if the board supports essentially putting the plan together, if the county is essentially funding resources and making that a priority, that there needs to be some adherence to some guidance that's coming from EMS, from that skilled nursing facility, because exactly as Mr. Birch said, some of the businesses are private, some of them aren't. I have no idea if some of them are. So I think there needs to be some greater openness to dealing with the virus in those facilities based upon the county coming in and providing emergency services in that regard, that there needs to be some collaboration in that regard to get that skilled nursing facility to a level of sustainability from both a resource but also staffing perspective. Because essentially, whatever contract Mr. Birch ends up with authority to do with AMR or whomever, those people are getting exposed also. So the county is essentially taking on risks, not just with that skilled nursing facility, but also whatever contractor we're bringing in temporarily. So I haven't seen all the details, but I had the recent experience with Mr. Birch and others to be on a recent call, and people are calling EMS for that kind of guidance, that kind of insight, that kind of support on a temporary basis. So I appreciate hearing what the board is saying is, develop that plan, put it before, but I think there could be a need for it. And the CARES funding, I would encourage this board to, when we bring that item before this board next Tuesday, addressing the COVID-related issues in our healthcare and human services area is the top priority of those dollars. It continues, all the guidance continues to say it would very much qualify in that regard.
Thank you. And if, as a quick follow-up, if, let's say, we set aside some money to potentially utilize if and as needed in the event of emergency and an escalation, and if that money is not utilized, let's say we put aside several $100,000 just in case, and it's not utilized, I know we use the money or lose the money at some point. So you're thinking that we would have to set aside and budget it, or keep some money in reserve? How would we, how would we be able to fund it if we set aside money but don't utilize it?
I appreciate hearing setting it aside. That would be my recommendation, and it wouldn't just be for those kinds of services. The impact of potentially what we may be at risk when we may get hit with this virus in the fall later. We would definitely want to set some money aside there also. So I would see this as and then we could continuously bring items to this board to reconsider. If we see that we get through this surge at this time, but we know we may anticipate it because hopefully we've learned from whatever missteps we might have taken this round, so we're better prepared for next round if it does occur, then to me, as Ms. Cunningham said, this plan needs to be fluid, and whether it's business, because there's an economic development component to it, I would encourage this board to set funds aside because the top priority of those dollars are very much about addressing the exposures as a result of COVID to this point, but also what we anticipate for the future through December 30th or 31st of 2020.
Understood. So then just in my closing thought, perhaps you'd next week come back with us, maybe a little bit more of a detail on what a budget might look like and what that plan of action would be for us to further consider. If you need that additional direction, or if that maybe was your plan.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. I think that's what we'll, based on the comments I heard, and I want to make sure I hear from everybody who would like to give direction on this, is we can work with the CAO's office and the Office of Emergency Service and Public Health to come up with a crisis staffing plan that would meet the needs that we've been talking about and utilize the CARES funding perhaps as our funding source. I think that would be a very good use of our planning efforts over the coming week. One of the things that we did talk about, I know testing came up, and working with helping our healthcare partners at the hospitals as well, is the governor has made a priority of doing testing, which means for our skilled nursing facility and assisted living facility residents, it's bringing tests to them. So one of the things that we could consider is partnering with our local hospital systems. The governor has authorized an expanded scope of practice for paramedics as well, is we could go out and start doing testing at those facilities to help address the spread of COVID as well, and be able to utilize the staffing like at Lodi Memorial or it's whether it's Kaiser or others that might be able to partner with us to utilize their staff to go into those facilities, because it's in the best interest of all of us to make sure that those residents are safe and healthy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua?
I agree with what you're saying. If you could bring us back a report next week, that'd be great. If you're with CEO's office and Dr. Park, I think that's the best idea.
Thank you, sir.
And I agree. I mean, I think the operative word here is emergency and crisis. You're clearly the agency that is, that's your mission. And so I agree that these are 24-hour facilities. The call could come at any time. You're prepared to deal with it then. If I'm not mistaken, you already responded to one call in the city of Manteca, correct?
Yes, we did early on. Our on-duty duty officer engaged at a couple of different times with a facility in Manteca.
Right. So I would agree, and I would just urge you to work with the CAO's office. It would be nice if when we're contacted by a facility that if there are some assurances we need from them as well, that we have that agreement also ready to go so that it's not just the contract with providers, but it's also a contract that if we get the call, they understand what their expectations are and how we would be, what we would expect in return for this mutual aid, so to speak. So I would encourage you to do that, and we'll look forward to going forward. It's always better to have a plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we're going to hear from our HR Director, Brandy Hopkins. Good morning, Ms. Hopkins.
Brought my spare tissue today.
Good for you.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board, CAO Nino, County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present about the ongoing human resources efforts related to COVID this morning. We're going to talk about our communication efforts that HR has implemented with our county departments, employees, and labor groups. We're going to talk about the pre-HR 6201 that the federal government implemented that time period, if you recall, between March 25th and March 31st, and the efforts that we've taken to support our workforce during that time. We're going to provide the HR 6201 update, which is broken into two parts, the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act and then the Emergency Family Medical Leave Act related to school and daycare closures. And finally, we'll talk about the essential work supplemental pay that the board graciously approved for our essential workers during this time, and then just provide some other statistics related to COVID in terms of unemployment and workers' compensation this morning. As I've been before the board several times during this COVID crisis, Human Resources has really tried to wrap around and provide ongoing communication to our department heads, to all of our employees in our workforce, and to our labor groups. We've tried to do some creative things. One was creating the COVID-19 employee website that we viewed a few weeks ago. We've allowed this to also be used for departments to communicate with their employees. For example, the hospital has asked that we post information and notices. And then most recently, last week, you heard from our first 5 director, and she shared that we used this as an avenue to talk about the essential services workers' ability for subsidized childcare. So we've been trying to use this for a variety of forums to provide information to employees. Chair Miller, as a side comment, last week you talked about first 5 communicating with the labor groups, so we are helping them to do that as well. They provided some information, and that letter should be going out probably tonight or tomorrow. An employee email was created, SJ COVID-19 employee information. Our HR staff, we have 2 individuals who are dedicated to responding to these, generally within the same business day or the next business day. And we've had over 100 requests from employees for information related to COVID-19, whether it's a question about how the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act applies to them, or their schedule during this time, or how to access health care, whatever that might be. We've been providing those responses to those individuals. Based upon other feedback in the rapidly changing COVID environment, we also implemented conference calls with department heads and assistant department heads. Initially, this was a daily call, and we've modified that to be about twice a week. But with this fluid situation, as we talk later this morning about potentially reopening and the plans that the board would like to implement, if we need to increase those calls to assist our workforce in getting back to work, we will do that as well. So prior to the implementation of HR 6201 on April 1st, we had a variety of employees that needed to be out of the workplace for several different reasons. So approximately 288 employees in 25 departments were off due to a COVID-related reason prior to the implementation of HR 6201. These individuals were using their existing accrual balances. I've shared with the board that we started with sick leave based upon your direction and provided expansion to be able to allow to use that, then moving to vacation and other forms of paid leave types that individuals may have accrued. These individuals were required to either follow the stay-at-home orders because essential work was not available, or they maybe needed to self-quarantine because of their own high-risk factors, a family member's high-risk factors, or as we spend some time talking here, it was quite a surprise to have all of those schools and daycares closed so quickly, and that put a lot of our county workforce in a quandary about what to do with their children. During that time, we discovered that there were about 80 employees that did not have full accrual balances on the books to cover that time frame. And the board and the CAO graciously agreed that we could loan individuals accruals so that they could receive a full paycheck from March 25th to March 31st. We used approximately 1,500 hours to advance to that group of employees that were short, and they will be repaying that similar to, I'm going to call a loan. It's not really a loan, but if I was short 4 hours, then over the next pay period or two, the hours I'm accruing will go to get me back to that balance of where I should have been at the time. You'll see a list of affected departments, anywhere from the Agricultural Commissioner, the Assessor, Clerk Recorder, Behavioral Health Services, Department of Child Support, our E2D2, Information Systems Division, the Human Services Agency, Public Defender, Public Health, Public Works, our hospital, and our tax collector. These were the affected departments. Effective April 1st, we were able to move into the first provision of HR 6201, which was the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act. Just a reminder for the board and those who are listening, this provides up to 80 hours of paid sick leave, prorated for part-time for those qualifying reasons that we spoke about before. We've received a little over 200 requests. At the time we printed this, it was 226. My guess is it's a little bit more than that now. This is actually significantly reduced from our original estimates, and we believe that this was because of individuals' ability to telework. Also, in some cases, maybe the spouse or another family member in the household was affected by COVID and maybe was laid off, so that allowed our county employee to rejoin the workforce. So there's been a variety of factors of why we believe that this was significantly reduced. In the last two pay periods, approximately 52,000 hours have been requested of the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act. And as a reminder, it can be used intermittently for, again, telework, as I mentioned, or school daycare closures. So we do have some employees that maybe can work 4 hours a day and then homeschool their children for the other 4 hours for a day. The last two pay periods, our estimated salary and benefit costs for the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act has been about $1.8 million. Several employees have started to exhaust the 80 hours, and we're starting to see the impacts of the ongoing school and daycare closures to our workforce, and this falls under the Emergency Family and Medical Leave Act. So as a reminder, this is up to 10 weeks. It's coordinated with the 2 weeks of the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, and this is strictly for individuals who are unable to work or telework due to school or daycare closures. So it doesn't have the same provisions as the other qualifying COVID-related reasons. One of the interesting things about this as well, the Family Medical Leave Act, or what we commonly call FMLA, is Benefit and Job Protection. The Emergency Family Medical Leave Act, expands that and requires that the employer provides 2/3 of the employee's regular rate of pay. And there are some caps on that Human Resources and Payroll are monitoring. Getting this pay up and going, I just would like to thank the Auditor Controller's Office, the CAO's Office, County Council, and the Human Resources team. It took significant effort to implement a completely new, different type of pay in a very short period of time to assist our workforce. So related to the Emergency Family Medical Leave Act, we've received about 241 qualifying requests at this time. And again, this is just as those local schools and daycare centers are closed, and we know that the schools will not reopen for the remainder of this school year. The majority of our county departments have received requests. We have received 85 FMLA COVID-19 related requests where the employee doesn't meet the eligibility criteria. And this is mainly because while it's 10 weeks of covered benefits, it is not an expansion of the regular 12 weeks of FMLA. So if an employee has used other FMLA qualifying events, maybe they had an illness in their family earlier in the year, or they have ongoing reasons to be off work related to a qualifying FMLA event, it doesn't expand that original 12 weeks. Our essential work 5% supplement pay. I hope many of you have received the positive response that I know Human Resources has received, thanking the board and the CAO's office for their support and demonstrating support to our workforce during this time. So the original request under the CAO when we went into COVID was to try to determine what types of workforce that we needed to provide essential services, and our original estimate was about 4,600 employees. Currently approved for the 5% supplemental pay is 6,885. The difference has to do with departments evaluating their ongoing needs and commitment to serving the community. Those needs have changed, and we've recognized ways to provide services during COVID, and also some of the rotation. So maybe in a department may have one group working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, another group working Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to even out the essential work. But while that generally is an FTE of 3 people, it might be 6 people eligible for the pay on a part-time basis. We originally estimated that the cost of this would be somewhere between $3 and $5 million. The last 2 pay periods, the salary and benefit costs have run $2.5 million. So we're on track to hit probably about $5 million when this expires at the end of May, on May 24th. Just some other information for the board and those who are listening. We've received about 142 unemployment claims. This was an increase in about 10 from last week, which has been our biggest increase. This is individuals who may be having a reduced work schedule or may just be off work for a variety of COVID-related reasons. We've done well in our workers' compensation area. While 50 potential exposures have been reported to HR risk management, it's only resulted in 7 workers' compensation claims. 5 of those have already been denied, as it's been determined that the individual doesn't have COVID. So it's not even that the employee had COVID, but it was deemed to be for a non-employment related reason. They tested negative for the virus. And 2 are in a delayed status because the process is still ongoing for researching what the status may be for that. That wraps up our human resources presentation for you this morning and update. Are there any questions that I can answer for the board?
Any questions for Ms. Hopkins? No. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, before Ms. Hopkins leaves, I just want to share with the board. So the HR 6201, just as a reminder, governmental entities who have incurred cost in that regard are not covered. We are not reimbursed for that. So you'll see those will be some of the costs, the additional costs that I'll be bringing next Tuesday that I will be recommending to be covered through the CARES Act funding, because it's essentially for, healthcare, human services, governmental services that have been essential during this COVID crisis. So in totality, both of these price tags just to date is roughly $4.3 million. So the 5%, the essential pay goes through May 24th. And so that'll be soon ending. But the HR 6201, as Ms. Hopkins said, and the 2/3 payment, that'll go through, and it can be used exactly as Ms. Hopkins said, intermittently.
And that's through December 31st of 2020. But we're obviously hopeful, and the governor's made some comments that school might start in July or August. There's probably some school children that aren't happy about that. But we're hopeful that schools and daycares will be opening within the next few months so that they can provide those services to our community as well.
So do we have an idea when we'll begin bringing back our full workforce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a wonderful segue to
that's
Mr. Becker's president.
Right?
It is.
Get everybody back to work.
And you are exactly right. And I know I've had other questions from other board members also and the public in that regard. So, yes, we do have plans for that. And that's the next presentation after Ms. Hopkins.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Becker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Jerry Becker, Assistant County Administrator. A few weeks ago, Ms. Nino, our County Administrator, directed staff to develop a strategy for reopening county facilities to the public and returning our employees to a safe work environment as quickly as possible. My presentation this afternoon will provide the board an executive overview of the proposed facility reopening strategy. So first, a little bit of background, and I'll move quickly through this. San Joaquin County declared a public health emergency on March 12th. To protect the health and well-being of our employees, county facilities began to close their doors to the public on March 16th. County leadership took additional actions to protect employees, including widespread implementation of teleworking and other adjustments to the work environment and the establishment of COVID-19 safety protocols. In many cases, county operations have been scaled back to focus on the delivery of essential services. Departments have currently identified, as Ms. Hopkins noted, approximately 94% of the county workforce as necessary for the delivery of essential services. What should be noted is we have at least, in fact, over 200 employees who have exhausted have been on extended leave, and they are either fully exhausted their leave banks or are about to. So some guiding principles that the County Administrator's Office established in this strategy. Employee and public safety are paramount. Compliance with Governor and County Public Health Officer directives must be maintained. Essential service delivery levels to the public must be sustained and, where appropriate, improved, with a complete reopening of county facilities to the public by May 18th. Strategies implemented must be cost-effective, operationally efficient, and protect the health and safety of our employees and the public. The county will develop strategies that facilitate and encourage a return of all employees to a safe and productive work environment as soon as possible. The county will communicate its reopening strategy in advance with cities and municipalities in hopes of achieving a coordinated approach for the benefit of the public. Leadership must consider how changes in government service methods can facilitate economic recovery and community well-being. And given the discussion of a return of COVID-19 in the fall, strategies must look at both the short-term and long-term realities of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we know that there are a number of concerns out there. Employees remain understandably concerned about the risk posed by COVID-19. Because of office closure, in some cases, the public is receiving a diminished level of service from the county. COVID-19 is likely to be some level of health threat through the end of 2020 and potentially beyond. Certain county departments are experiencing unsustainable fiscal situations where expenses continue without sufficient offsetting revenue. A number of employees are utilizing finite leave banks to maintain an income and their health insurance. These leave banks will run out for many employees soon. Employees with underlying health issues will remain at risk into the foreseeable future and should they contact COVID-19. The county cannot sustain the essential service pay for a lengthy period during these uncertain economic times, and it will end, as Ms. Nino mentioned, on May 24th, 2020. And we have had some reports that for certain departments, employee productivity has fallen as a result of employees telecommuting. So, our strategies to address these identified concerns. A clear plan for a phased return to normalcy must be developed, implemented, and managed. Social distancing must be observed. Therefore, things such as office density, alternative scheduling, alternative work locations, and where appropriate, changes to departmental hours of operation must be considered. Changes in county operational practices, procedures, and work environment are required to address the ongoing risks of COVID-19. Essential services must be maintained, and non-essential services, the non-essential service delivery redeployed. The county will develop a plan to permanently eliminate non-essential services that cannot be effectively restored. Communication strategies will be essential to manage fears and create hope for normalcy. Productivity procedures and metrics must be established and monitored for all employees that are teleworking, and county services that do not have a sustained revenue source during the pandemic must be modified to reduce expenses. So, our strategy. Phase 1 effective May 11th, so this coming Monday. Where safe and appropriate, reopen county facilities to the public on a limited basis. Continue and expand established departmental COVID-19 safety protocols to support the limited reopening of facilities. Expand safety protocols that should include but not be limited to social distancing, increasing safety protocols for points of interaction with the public, facility sanitation, disinfection of common and high traffic areas, and limiting access to common areas for both employees and the public. And this may include limiting the number of people in elevators, folks in common areas such as lobbies, closures of small break rooms, etc. Phase 1 should strongly consider, and department heads should strongly consider, special accommodation requests for personnel who are members of a vulnerable population. Evaluate COVID positive tracing and tracking tools for employees. We've heard that discussed earlier today. Develop and implement policies and procedures for workforce contact tracing following a COVID positive test. Elective surgeries and medical procedures can resume, and I can positively say that this actually started last week. The hospital, our hospital at San Joaquin General, has had what Mr. Culberson, our hospital CEO, would characterize as a slow return to these elective procedures. And by elective, I mean things such as cancer surgeries and such that had been temporarily delayed as a result of COVID. Mr. Culberson reports that the number of surgeries they're doing has really been limited by the availability of their clinical staff, some of whom are off on the extended FMLA time or the emergency FMLA time. And essential travel is permitted, non-essential travel remains prohibited. So that's phase 1. Phase 2. Phase 2 is seen as effective 14 days at this point after the successful implementation of phase 1, assuming no spike in COVID cases and our continued consistency with directives from our public health officer and the governor's office. So where safe and appropriate, open all county facilities to the public. Our 24/7 facilities will open as appropriate as determined by those department heads. Continue to enforce COVID-19 safety protocols, elective surgeries and medical procedures on both an inpatient and an outpatient basis can occur as clinically appropriate. Essential travel is permitted, non-essential travel remains prohibited. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff recommends that the following steps be taken in the order listed below. We first received feedback from your board on this strategy. Outlined later this week, Ms. Nino has a plan for talking to our department heads in the next 1 or 2 days to receive their feedback on this strategy, communicate our plans with the union and employees, and implement these strategies. So, Madam Chair, this concludes my presentation. Ms. Nino and I are available to answer any questions the board may have on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Wynn.
I was glad to see the implementation, certainly the hospitals. All hospitals or just county general that we're talking about?
It is my understanding that the governor's office has allowed the electives to begin in mid to late April.
We talked briefly about the public basically staying away from hospitals. I mean, they've been scared to death about, the overcrowding and the potential contagion and those types of things. I would say as part of our strategy, one of the things we need to do is we need to reacclimate the public because, frankly, we have been, I say collectively, the whole country, probably the world, has been talking about the severe risk that people, especially older people, are undergoing. And I think we need to explain to them that we've and I don't want to use the term we're over the hump or the spike or whatever, because I don't think that's necessarily true. But somewhere along the way, we need to bring some reason into this, that it is, because I get, and I'm sure the others get, people who complain about us not being strict enough. But I think, what we've done, and I'm not being critical of the past, because the past we didn't know much, so we made some decisions. But on the other side of it, we have pretty much hampered 99.9% of the population over, for example, my district, 64 cases. And, we're at 762,000 population currently. And so, it's been kind of minuscule. And a lot of people have been inconvenienced, disadvantaged, frustrated, and we've heard about, the potential mental health issues, et cetera. I'm just saying that somewhere along the way we need to educate the public that one, as we start to reopen, that it's still an individual choice. Those who don't feel comfortable don't have to go out. We're not forcing people out of their homes. We probably need some protocol in regards to, this mask thing goes back and forth, but I don't know, from what I've seen, the real need for masks where you can't maintain the social distancing, where you're in close contact and you can't avoid it, because I'm not sure, and I'm not, Dr. Park would probably know better, and certainly Mr. Culberson, but it doesn't seem to me like you need to be wearing a mask jogging in the park. Those are things that are open air as opposed to enclosed, locations or rooms. So, again, I think we need to, because it doesn't do any good for us to reopen businesses if nobody comes to buy anything. And so we need to be educating the public in a reasonable way, explaining, that the risk probably isn't as severe as it was at one time, to really get them back to enjoying certainly our businesses and just enjoying our parks, et cetera. And as Supervisor Patty talks about boating, all these things that people have foregone, we need to I don't want to say encourage them, because everybody has to make the individual choice, but certainly make them aware of the reasonableness and the reduced risk that they would be experiencing from here on out. So anyway, again, we need to kind of undo some of that fear that we've instilled in the public and get them to understand that, we know more about it now, and we have treatments, and we have capacity, and we have a lot of things. I'm not suggesting people get sick, but certainly not the concerns we have in the beginning. So just an observation.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty? Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you. Now, you talked about 2 phases of reopening the county here. But in some previous slide, we indicated that there were like 97% of the county employees were essential employees. So which ones are not going to be opening on May 11th?
That is a question I'm sorry, through the chair, Supervisor. I don't have a specific answer on which departments may not be fully prepared on May 11th. Certainly, they will be looking at their protocols. What I would say is for those few departments where the majority of their employees were not deemed essential, those departments will be the few that we'll be looking at. But our drive is to try and, in a safe environment, get those non-essential, those employees who are working on non-essential things back into the workplace and back working. So we'll be really looking at how do we create the social distancing, the barriers that were talked about earlier, plexiglass barriers, things of that nature. So unfortunately, I don't have a specific answer for you right now as to which departments may feel that they do not have the safety needs in place by Monday, but all will be striving to get there.
Right. And also we've touched on budget issues several times here, particularly the CARES Act funding and all of that, but looking at the fact that we'll be rolling out our annual budget next month, I'd just like to ask the county administrator if you'd like to give any comments on just what we expect here, especially in light of recent communications that we've gotten indicating that the state budget may not be as forthcoming as it has been in the past. So that may certainly affect our budget as well.
And Supervisor Elliott, you are accurate. It will impact our budget. And I appreciate that you brought up the state budget because, in fact, in my hand right now, I have a budget letter that was issued by the Department of Finance to state departments. And right away, it talks about now in their 1920 budget, they're canceling all leave buyback, which is primarily like vacation and those kinds of leave buybacks. No new goods and services contracts. Travel, non-essential travel, exactly as we have in our list, has already been canceled or to prevent the spread. And hiring, departments should use discretion when filling vacancies and assessing staffing needed to fill essential positions. So this went out to the state of California departments on April 30th. I received a copy of it through the CAOs Association. We have not done that here. We've recently received our third quarter projections as a result of those projections, but also as a result of what is currently happening with our economy. Pre-COVID, we had originally projected potentially a 6% growth in property taxes. We reduced that in the last week as a result of discussions with our county assessor, but also what we're seeing and also what we're hearing economically. So we are bringing that as part of the bringing back a structurally balanced budget. I think I mentioned last week, some counties are just rolling over their current budget. Our departments and their budget teams had done so much budget work prior to us closing and having a stay-at-home order. We went ahead and pushed forward because I really believe when things are lifted this summer and hopefully in the month of June, people aren't going to have time to spend on budget. So we went ahead and plowed forward, as now it's primarily in the CAO's office, and I'm pretty sure I finished my last budget meeting. I've met with almost every single department head except for one, and I've got to tell you, we are reducing our assumptions. As a result of what the state is saying, they've postponed the collection of their income taxes till the month of July. I believe sales tax receipts they have put out there till after December. And so let me share with you those three alone. So state revenue, that funds over, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, I believe it's over 50% of our state and federal, our state programs, and that's more than 50% of our budget. And let me share with you local sales tax. We know that that is going to be reduced. So we did reduce our assumption. Originally it was 3% we were projecting for 2021. We have reduced that to, I believe, 2%. We are also anticipating, as everybody's hearing as a result of the downturn of our stock market, interest earnings, which we receive a significant amount in our general purpose revenue for interest earnings. We've reduced that by roughly over $1 million from where we were pre-COVID. Let me share with you when it comes to realignment. Realignment for our Human Services Agency, Prop 172, that's a pooled sales tax, and that's sales tax that's received by the state of California. That funds a portion of all of our public safety departments. Realignment is both sales tax and vehicle license fees. If we end up in a somewhat depressed state, my hope it is not to the level of '08, because as we all know, property values had doubled in some parts of our community. And unfortunately, San Joaquin County, and this is a list that we don't ever want to be on the top of, was one at the tip of the foreclosure market. My hope is that we're not going to be at that state, but yet, as you guys know, I'm cautiously aggressive. I don't like to just come in and be ultra conservative. So part of the reason why we reduced some of our assumptions in general purpose revenue is because we're already seeing some effects of our actuals. So what we do is we base our next year's projection on our March 31st, 2020 actuals. And that's why we've roughly reduced our general purpose revenue by $6.5 million just from our April, our mid-year projections to where we are as of the end of March, and our actual activity. So I am not recommending at this point, and you will not hear that even at the June 9th presentation of the proposed budget, to do a hiring freeze yet. But let me share with you why I'm waiting. Because I believe I will still be able to bring you a structurally balanced budget, which has been a priority for this board my entire almost 7 years here. But let me share with you what my big concerns is. What our pension rates will be. We will not know that till sometime in December, January timeframe. We know that our pension fund lost quite a bit of money. In fact, I've reached out to our executive of San Joaquin, Sarah, so that she could possibly do at least just a summary of where we think the fund is currently. I anticipate our funding ratio will be down to what level? When we went into this COVID situation, we were at 60% funded. We were at 60% funded. Why it's so important to at least be above 60, our goal is always to be at 70 or 80. That starts inhibiting your credit rating. We have been in the past been able to, because of this board's fiscal concern about fiscal solvency and being balanced, putting more money towards the retirement plan, that has assisted us greatly in the last 4 years to increase our credit rating. I will be so happy if we're at least able to maintain. I have concerns about us maintaining our credit rating as a result of where our pension fund ends up being. Second is our hospital, our county hospital. As this board knows, our CEO, the county administrator's office, we work very closely together. We've had 2 years of deficit. Our hospital has stepped up over and over again as a result of this COVID crisis. That's where the drive-in testing happened first. That was all done through a number of the clinic staff. San Joaquin General Hospital was the one who did that. But also, as this board knows, CDCR, our state correctional facilities, they've been a big interim, both elective surgeries and emergency service surgeries to our hospital. The electives aren't coming. Our hospital typically would maintain roughly 20 to 21 CDCR patients. That's been often 4 to 5 in that range, rather than that 20 to 21. That's roughly $70 million in past years that CDCR contract brings to our hospital. More than likely that dollar amount will be reduced as a result of June and us wanting to keep surge capacity as a result of COVID. So the governor opening up elective surgeries, that's not only just helping our hospital, which is in great need, but also our surrounding hospitals. The other piece is any COVID-related expenses you're going to see at the top of the list will be the reimbursement to the hospital if there aren't any other forms of reimbursement. Our CEO is very involved with CDPH, which is his association for healthcare administrators. So we will make sure we take whatever advantage we can. But as this board knows, we're one of the smallest counties that has a county hospital still. And as this board knows, we're also the trauma center. So we have been hit significantly when it comes to our hospital. So that's number two. The other one is we have our largest open labor agreement, which is SEIU right now. I believe since we're already at impasse, we've already gone through mediation, there's been other things that have happened as a result of that agreement, I will more than likely, if we're not already close to getting some level of tentative agreement with any of our bargaining units, I will probably be bringing for shorter contracts, 24-month agreements with less of a dollar amount, just because I really believe what's going to impact us is we're not going to know as of July 1. I think it's going to happen closer to the January of 2021, and I believe January of 2021 through our 22 budget year is more than likely will be when we will be experiencing reductions. And as this board knows, I will not hesitate if I see the spending plan that I'm bringing to you on June 9th and for the board's consideration the last week in June to come even prior to mid-year of 2021, which is typically about the February timeframe. If I see things have turned for the significant worse, I will not hesitate. But I am seeing that we will still be structurally, but we will be asking the board to adhere to the no backfill policy, so limit the amount of ongoing new programs. Maybe some one-time supplementals will be considered as part of the budget balancing, but my goal is to bring, once again, a structurally balanced budget. I just don't know if it will happen as part of the 21-22 year. And I believe we will know so much more during the later part of 2020 as a result of the delay in revenue receipts, which I know helps industry at the state of California, but it really ties our hands as a governmental agency.
Well, thank you very much. We certainly do need to maintain responsible finances here at the county, but it does look like there will be some tightening coming in the coming months here. So thank you for that update.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Voorhees?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm sure you've all heard this from our lobbyists, if you've been on CSEC calls or with our own state lobbyists, that May Revise comes out next week. It's going to be very short, very baseline budget for the state. There's going to be another state budget in August after they get the July receipts, since that's been a delay. So there's still going to be a lot of uncertainty in the next couple of months. So we're really not going to know the situation until August, is what I wanted to tell the board. Make sure you knew that.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just picking up where Supervisor Elliott was chatting and discussing the budget. I'm a little bit concerned, Ms. Nino, about the reluctance to do a hiring freeze now. If we know that there's going to be a slowdown later, why would we hire somebody and then maybe a year later have to lay them off? Wouldn't we want to be preemptive versus reactive?
As this board knows, we have a vacancy rate of about 10%. And in my career, I have gone through a number of reductions. I was very much involved in the 08 back in another county. And I hear what you're saying. I really believe as a governmental agency and as a leader, we do much better when we allow our department heads through attrition to address reductions. And that's the reason why I'm not recommending a hiring freeze at this point. Because say, for instance, and I'm going to put out a classification, as this board all knows, mental health clinicians. We have had such a problem being able to retain those. And as we know, as we come out of potentially just this cycle of COVID, some of those hard to recruit areas are going to remain as hard to recruit, and they might even be more difficult. So that's why I would not recommend a hiring freeze at this time, but you will hear on June 9th that I will be recommending that the board, I'll be kind of laying out a preliminary plan of how I would suggest when we are needed to go to a budget reduction is what I would suggest, and that would be through attrition. So if, say, for instance, behavioral health knows that through attrition, and I'm just using them as an example because I use mental health clinicians, that they have some vacancies coming up at some of their lower staffing levels or in a particular area that as a result of everybody coming back out to work, they start prioritizing the level of service delivery. I would hate to come and tie their hands because, say, they have mental health clinicians open because they've been hard to recruit, but yet from a budget containment, they'd like to get rid of some of these other positions, and they know through attrition they normally run 5 or 6% in some other related position. I really believe our department heads, this board has done a really good job in entrusting the decision making of our department heads, and through attrition I've seen it be more successful rather than doing across the board hiring freeze. I really would. So that's why I would not recommend that at this point. But as the Madam Chair and this board, you guys could direct me to, and we could implement it if that's the choice of the board. But I would not recommend it at this time, Supervisor Patty.
So you bring up the point of the Behavioral Health Department in particular, and that's a reference, because I know there's probably a 15 or 20% vacancy. Is that not correct?
You are correct.
That's exceptionally higher than the average of maybe 10%, so that might be an outlier and we know. But also, I think you may have alluded to that the state's going to be cutting 30% of that budget. Or somebody may have said that to me at some point. There was an anticipated 30% cut in the behavioral health allocations. Was that from you or somebody else?
No, I don't believe it's going to be 30%, but I do believe they could be directly impacted as a result of the reduction in sales taxes because of realignment. A big portion of their funding comes through realignment. Another item that was previous at risk, and hopefully the state is reconsidering, is the sweeping of any fund balance of our Mental Health Services Act dollars. Hopefully, and I realize we're one of those counties that has hopefully met the threshold, so we're not considered having excess reserves. But just those kinds of things, I would really encourage this board to consider. And like I said, I'm kind of giving you a preview of the June 9th report. More than likely, I'll be recommending to direct departments to start evaluating their budgets from an attrition and to prioritize only those hirings that are necessary.
Okay, but I am a little bit concerned. We may not, again, want something across the board as a freeze. You may want to pick some that have a little bit of latitude, but I would rather be preemptive than a year from now look at what we need to cut back and firing and letting people off that, and maybe the attrition rate would meet that naturally, but as I'm looking at a budget, and if we're looking at what we know is going to be a 6% decline in anticipated funding, I'd rather see a budget that's taking that into effect and moderating what we're going to be automatically approving based on what some of the departments might be asking. And I know that all departments, with more, they can do more. And they all want to do more because that's their specialty. That's what they are tasked with, massive responsibilities, and they want to do more. And with more, they could do more. But if we're tightening up our belt, I think we all need to just pause a little bit and maybe not meet the exact expectations or anticipations that we might be wanting. So as we prepare to go into those budget hearings, that'll be something I think you'll hear back from me. And I don't know where the other board members are, but I'd be concerned. Again, I'd rather be proactive than reactive a year from now.
Thank you for that feedback.
And mind you, I know you guys have done a lot of work, and this is so unanticipated, and the directors, every department is outstanding, and they deserve the considerations of everything that they're asking for, because they are tasked with massive responsibilities. So I'm not for a moment negating the importance, the value, and the hard work that's put in, and the desire to have a greater impact and helping the community be as best served as they intend to be. So I understand all those factors. So that's my point on that. Thank you. Madam Chair, I did have another follow-up question. Let's see. What was it? Because we just got into the budget. I may come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any other questions for Mr. Becker or Ms. Nino? Okay, thank you. We'll look forward to the budget discussions coming forward. Okay, that's all we have today on COVID. We're going to move on to our...
Madam Chair, one more just request. If I may ask the sheriff to come down and address just the effects of this recent Judicial Council order that that set zero bail throughout the state, and I'd just like to ask the sheriff to comment on what effect that's had here in the county. What are the numbers of inmates we've had to release, and how many of those have we had to rearrest because of that? Just what general effect that's had.
Yeah, I was pretty vocal about how I felt about the state stepping in and forcing us to release folks from our jail when we really didn't have to, since we'd so far kept the virus out of our jail. But originally we had to release up to 118 inmates out of our custody. It started at about 90. Then they began looking at the ones who weren't competent to stand trial and things like that. So the number got up to about 118. Since this has been in place, there have been obviously the new bookings that come in every day. And so 292 inmates have fallen underneath the zero bail implementation of this order right now that would have probably stayed with us had this not been in place. And of that, 31 of them have come back and been rearrested again and victimized other people while they were out. So it's been fairly impactful, and that's only been mitigated because of the work that all the officers in the cities and the county have been doing by citing people that we can when we come across them, and we're instead normally we would arrest, we just go ahead and cite them out on the street. So those are only the ones, the baddest of the bad, that they had to bring all the way out to the jail and book them at that point.
Well, thank you for that update, and we certainly do appreciate the efforts of all the folks in your department to try to keep us as safe as possible, given this additional obstacle now where folks that you have arrested now have to be rearrested.
Yeah, it's a terrible drain on us financially, and not just us, all law enforcement here in the county or throughout the state to deal with this. I'm sure you've seen it on the news and other areas too, the damage that it has done to other communities of people who've been let out that would have been in custody. We're just fortunate here that we are so advanced, and this happened before my tenure. Assistant Sheriff Williamson and his team put together, as you know, the assessment tool there at the jail that is all the other counties were coming to see what we were doing here to get people out that couldn't afford bail or that weren't a threat to the community. We were very much advanced here in San Joaquin County on that. So everybody who should have been out was out, and so I'm very proud of the work that they have done there to make us a leader in this. Unfortunately, somebody else stuck their hand into our pie and forced us to do this, but we will continue to work through it and make sure that they're as safe as possible out there.
All right. Well, thank you again, and keep up the great work out there in the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate it. Okay, before we move on, Supervisor Patty, you have one last question for County Council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, and I'll make it very brief. County Council, as we saw recently, and when Dr. Park made a revision to our local ordinances and included golf courses, and there was kind of updates that they come out. And I know we're all going to anticipate what Director Cunningham is going to offer and show us that some changes are. What is this? Is there anything we can do in the coming days that would take into account, like for instance, as mentioned by Ms. Cunningham, that maybe mid-May we're going to open up our ramps, but the city ramps are closed because the county ordinance says that they need to be closed. So as it relates to things that I've sent to you and Dr. Park for consideration, I'll just go through a real quick list. We've got a continued ask, I'm sure all of us do, for landfill, kids activities, some sports and activities that kids could do. And I know there's, fitness, hair salons. There's a bigger picture here. Dog grooming, car wash would be the last one. I've got a recovery house here that they fund their 110 residents all on the car washes that they do. And so they have zero funding and they're going bankrupt. So what could we do prior to next Tuesday when we might have a chance to take some action and ratify what Ms. Cunningham is presenting? Is there anything that we could, between now and then, update what is allowed in San Joaquin County as has been filtered to you by request from myself or others?
So we're looking at and so, back up, last week when new list or the revised list came out of the outdoor activities, we began examining that. We've also been looking at some of the changes that have been made. I spoke earlier about looking regionally, what those around us are doing. In speaking about the youth sports programs, Contra Costa, I believe. So they made a modification to, under the list of essential workers, it allows daycare programs for kids, for children of essential workers. They modified theirs to include summer camps and even recreational programs. And so we are looking at all of those. We are also looking at, we're looking at the marinas, we're looking at the ranges. That's something that was in Yolo counties as well as Sacramento County and the actions that they've taken with release. So those are all activities that we're examining. I put together a memo and have provided that to Dr. Park, and I believe that sometime this week we'll get an opportunity to get together and go through that list and see what we can add in.
Okay, and just if anything we can expedite, because as Supervisor Wynn points out, and all of us have talked about, it's, everything as, and our Chairwoman Miller had said, every job is essential, and every day that this drags on creates more hardship, as we've all voiced support for. So as things become identified, if we come out once a day at midnight with new allowances, people would rejoice. So instead of waiting till next Tuesday and waiting to see what the governor is allowing, if we're finding some flexibility and some tolerances and what we can adopt based on what's going elsewhere, and if it's if the only restriction could be not only interpretation but enforcement, and this is something that, like, why stop it when we can allow it as others might be doing? And I don't think the state's going to come down and hammer us as we've found some areas of flexibility. So I would just encourage us to do it sooner than a week from now, if and as possible.
We will continue to evaluate those types of activities, those that those that are more consistent with the state's approach are obviously the easier to make the changes on. Those that deviate more widely, it'll take more analysis to get through.
Understood. And you guys,
Analyzing those.
I'm sorry, please repeat.
We are analyzing those.
Right. And you don't need the board to ratify anything next Tuesday to do. Dr. Park is tasked with this more so than even we are.
That's correct. And I think that based on conversations that I've had with Dr. Park yesterday, that her concern right now, and I'm sure she can speak for herself, but that her concern right now is really looking at the guidance that's coming from the state on what is necessary for her to be able to attest that the county meets certain guidelines so that we can open up more of the economy, and really working on those instead of working on the smaller cogs, if you will, whether it's the car wash or those types of activities, to focus on the bigger picture public health items. But we are working on those.
Excellent. And in closing, referencing, as Supervisor Wynn pointed out, the John Hopkins study, kind of analyzed, good protocols versus categories. So, the entire county anxiously awaits what we do next. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair Miller. Mr. Miles, I'm just curious, getting a lot of phone calls and questions regarding dental health, and I know that other counties have opened and dentists would like to get back to work, and I know Sacramento County and Fresno County are open, and they're asked how are they not essential. Maybe that's a question for Dr. Park, I'm not sure.
I don't believe that our order specifically addresses
those dental offices are closed.
Dentists. That's a directive that's come from the state, and I know because I received a call from my dentist yesterday saying your appointment's been canceled,
Yeah.
and we're moving you out until sometime in July or August.
Right.
In Sacramento, the county health officer, when he reopened to elective surgeries, concomitantly opened to routine dental practice, and the California Dental Association then contacted all of us, pleading us not to move forward on our own on that regard. The California Dental Association is working closely with the governor's office and the California Department of Public Health, and they are expecting a go-ahead from the governor and want to follow that. So we have all agreed to follow what the CDA is asking us to do, which is to do emergency dental procedures only at this time.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that completes our discussion for today of COVID-19 related issues. We'll be back at it next Tuesday with our special meeting. And next up for our final discussion is to discuss the potential establishment of an economic recovery ad hoc committee to assist businesses in recovering from the economic fallout caused by the coronavirus pandemic. Supervisor Patty, I believe you placed this on the agenda.
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. As of a week ago, the governor was talking about how in weeks from now he would be addressing and opening up, going into phase 2, I believe it was. And then he recently, flirted with the idea of in days. So, and then we know that there's movement by the end of this week. So, not knowing what the governor was doing, and Supervisor Elliott and I have been working with chambers of commerce and gathering. I've got stacks of best practices for our different types of industries. That I don't know if Supervisor Elliott, would you like to continue as an official committee and bring recommendations to Ms. Cunningham and share with throughout the county, or what do you think we should do at this time?
Well, in light of some of the developments here that we've learned about, and that Ms. Cunningham is putting together a draft plan here for reopening, we certainly should give primary consideration, I think, to that and move that forward. If we think there's a need for an ad hoc committee, I mean that's what an ad hoc committee is, as needed. We could certainly convene one, but I would think we ought to just see how this goes here with the effort that's already been started.
I agree with that completely. I mean, obviously it's in motion. Supervisor Wynn has put together and gathered information. I just don't know if we want to maybe have an organized body that is handing it over, or if we're all filtering it into a single place, or if we are that single place. That was the idea initially, as you and I have been working with the chambers, and they are contacting me still. Hispanic Chamber contacted me and wants to be engaged. So that was the idea and the impetus, and to County Council's point, finding industry guidelines would be helpful, and so I've been doing that. I've been really focusing in for our next meeting with chambers.
Right.
So,
and I think we should channel those things into Ms. Cunningham's group there so that they have access to all of those things. And I'm sure that Mr. Miles is involved with that, and Dr. Park as well. But I'd like to ask also that as we're putting these things together, we of course focus on business, but we also not forget some of these other things that are important to people's normalcy of life, like the ability for religious groups to gather as well. We've already incorporated part of that into our latest board order, where we allow the drive-up type services. But as I mentioned last week, there have been papers put out by religious organizations as well that provide protocols for how that could be done to have a more traditional church service, providing for social distancing, phased entries and departures, that sort of thing. So I think we ought to look at all of the types of activities, though, that we want to get reopened so that people can do the things that that are important to them in their lives.
Sounds like we need an ad hoc committee then to encompass more.
But I mean, no, we just add those things in there. And
excellent. Okay, and I agree. I had no idea that Ms. Cunningham was formulating, bringing something to us, so it was on the agenda. But.
I would agree, and especially since she's talking about bringing this back to us by next Tuesday, I would agree with Supervisor Elliott. I think at this point, all of us, and we have all been collecting this information and protocols and all of this, I think we should get it all to Ms. Cunningham as soon as possible so that it can be incorporated. She already has a process that it appears they're actively engaged in that includes County Council and our Public Health Officer, Dr. Park, so that we get the most comprehensive formula back here by next Tuesday. So I think as an ad hoc committee, in terms of going forward with other recovery actions, if as we begin to reopen, we see that there are additional services perhaps or programs or needs from the business, we can always establish the ad hoc committee then at that point to deal with those kind of issues. So I would say for now, I agree. I think we get all the information to Ms. Cunningham as soon as possible, and we let them complete their process, and we'll see. I know I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back next Tuesday after it circulates through the MAC and to the cities. So I think that's a good plan and good direction.
I agree completely, and
okay.
I know, Ms. Cunningham, you're about to get real busy with a lot more information coming your way.
My guess is she's already received a whole lot of it, so I think that's good, though. So before we announce closed session, are there any final comments from the supervisors that we need to hear about today? And then I'm going to ask for a final input of any public comments received during the meeting so that we can make sure they get on the record before we adjourn.
Would you like those comments now, Chair Miller?
Yes, please.
Okay. We have received two comments, one from Shelley Cunningham, who writes, "We spend a lot of money at the hospital with hiring temporary services, contract employees, paying an exuberant amount through the agency in lieu of filling the positions through our normal hiring process." And our next comment is from Beth Lambden, who writes, "Thank you for your thoughtful discussion about opening up our county today. I ask that you please consider ways that faith gatherings can begin to meet in person, as well as how vital in-person ministry services such as counseling, praying for the sick, helping the homeless, hungry and hurting can move forward. Give temporary guidelines if you must, temporarily limit members if you must. I understand that you believe you are under what I perceive to be an unconstitutional Governor Newsom order that you must come obey. But please make our faith-based communities believe you are fighting for us, who believe our gatherings are not only essential but a constitutional right that has never before been threatened. Sincerely, Beth Lambden." And that concludes the comments.
Great. Thank you. I'm hoping that our final comments and Supervisor Elliott's input will also make sure that Ms. Lambden understands that we're really looking at all activities that really go toward the quality of life for our residents, not just business and commerce, but really all of our activities and how we can begin to experience them in a safe way. So thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn to County Council to please announce closed session.
Board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Great. Then we will be adjourned until next Tuesday, May 12th at 9 a.m. for our special COVID-19 meeting. Thank you, everybody.